Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to create this full stack advanced level secure blog application using the latest version of Next.js and Arcjet. Now what exactly Arcjet is and what are the key features that they provide. So let's see in some basic example, and then we are going to see or learn all of these key features by creating our blog application. So the key features that they provide, right? So something like bot protection, right? So these will detect and manage your traffic by automated clients and bots. And then there is another very cool features that I like, and that is the rate limiting. So what exactly this does, this will define rules which limit the number of requests your client can make over a period of time. We are also going to implement a shield functionality which will protect your application against common attacks like script injection and those things. And then also you're going to learn how you can do email validation, and also how you can protect your sign up or registration form, right? And at the end we are going to also learn how you can implement or protect against clients sending personal information such as credit card numbers or email addresses. And also I'm going to show you how you can use or leverage these Arcjet key features to protect your payment flow. Alright, so before I'll discuss the demo, I just want to say one more thing, and that is I will be adding a link in the description. So just click on that particular link, sign up for free, and then start using all these features, right? So once you'll sign up, you just have to create a project. Now this step also I'm going to show you in details once you'll start creating the project, but just I want to mention that sign up and then you'll get a key, API key, and that API key you are going to use in your project. And also I want to discuss about the pricing. So if you go to the pricing section, so you'll see that they have like mainly 3 tiers. So in the free tier, like you will be able to have up to 5 rules, right? And then you'll be getting like basic shield features, rate limiting, email validation, and also the basic level of bot protection, and also the IP geolocation. So I'll highly suggest, if you are doing freelancing now, or let's say you are working on any client project, you should definitely try it. Okay, give it a try, just sign up for free. And now let's see the demo, or let's discuss the demo in details, that what are the things that we are going to create in this whole video. So let's see all of this with our blog application, and it will be easier to understand. So as you can see that this will be our home page. First I'm going to just log out. So once you log out, you'll go to the login flow. Okay, so now we are in the login page. So first let's go to the register flow. So I'll click here. So first here we'll be able to give the name, email, and the password. So let's give some name. So I'll give like Roy, and here I will use some disposable email domain. So let's go here, and I'm going to use this. So I'll copy this, and then I'll use the same name, and here I'm going to pass this, and I'll use 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's try to do a register and click here, see what will happen. So now this will automatically call, and you can see that what you're getting disposable email addresses are not allowed. So Arcjet is automatically detecting whether this email is a valid email, or it's a disposable email, or it's something else. So here it will never allow for that particular user to register. Okay, now what I'll do right here, I'm going to just change and give some random name. So now these will don't have any MX records, right? Valid MX records. So what will happen if I try to do register? Click here and see what you're getting. Immediately you're getting that this email domain doesn't have a valid MX records, so there is no way that user will be able to register. Now what I'll do, right, I'll try for one more time. So you're getting this, and you see what you're getting. Now you're getting too many requests, please try again later. So that means what I've done, I implemented a rate limiting algorithm here. So that means after 2 times, now this is basically telling that okay, you already have tried multiple times, now you need to try it after some time. So if I try to do one more time, right, you'll be getting the same thing again and again. And these all the things, or all the features we are going to implement hands-on. So that means once the rate limiting window will be completed or over, then you will be able to again do the request or make request. So now what I'll do, right, I'll give here Roy1, and now this time I'm going to give the valid email. So I'll give roy1@gmail.com, and password I'll keep same 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's do register. And once you will do that, it will be successful, you can see that, and then you are going to the login page. Now here also we are going to implement the same logic, the email validation that we have just discussed here, right? So they will provide their email validation functionality separately. So if you go here, right, you'll see that you are getting the email validation. Alright, so here now what I'll do, right, so I'll give some random value and see if the email validation is working or not, and let's try to do login. And you can see that again you are getting that email domain doesn't have a valid MX records. Now if you try to do this on multiple times, right, again you'll be getting that too many request error. So now let's give a proper email and then login. And now login is successful, and now we will be going to the home page. So this will be our home page where we'll be getting the blogs view, and we are also able to change the layout from here. So we'll be able to change this one from grid view and then also the card view. Okay, then we'll be having the category. Now here the very interesting thing that we are going to implement, that is the search feature, and here also we are going to do a rate limiting, right? So normally here what you're going to do, if user is doing search or making API request multiple times, so again we are going to block that user for a certain period of time. So let's say I'll search for Sangam1 and I'll do a search. So getting result, I'll close this, do a search, getting result, do again, you're getting what? You're getting error that rate limit exceeded, please try after some time. And even if you try it, you will be getting the same error. See, right? Alright, so that is all about the search feature. Now let's go to the details page. So if I click here, so it will be going to the details page. So here we'll be seeing the details and the content, and also you'll be able to do a comment. Now here also we're going to implement the same thing. So let's say if I try to do comment and try to spam here, right? So let's submit comment, this is working, and I'll do hey, submit one more time, this is working, and let's try to do one more time. So I'll do new comment and do a submit comment and see what will happen. So you're getting error, you'll not be able to do it. So if you do one more time, again you'll be getting the same error, right? So this is another thing that we are going to implement. We also going to learn how you can how you can prevent user from entering sensitive information also. So that is another thing we are going to implement. So this is all about the comment features. Now let's go to our home page. And here another thing what we need to do, and that is to create a new blog. So we'll go here. So this will be a create new blog where you'll be able to give the title. So let's give this one title as new blog added. We're going to select a category. Let's select a image. Let's say I'm going to select this particular image here. Now this will show some loader, and in the meantime you can write some comment here. So let's add some content, and then we'll add some, let's say some value, random value here. So this is in progress and this is completed. So image uploaded is successful, and now once you'll publish, and then you'll be navigating back to the home page if it is successful. Now this is not the thing. The main interesting thing here what we are going to learn, and that is that once, okay, this is now successful. Now if you go back, right, so here you are having this title. So here we are going to learn how you can implement that sealed functionality that I mentioned, right? So that they provide. So here what we are going to do, if you try to inject script multiple times, so Arcjet will basically block that, or it will automatically detect that you are trying to inject some script or some SQL queries, and it will block that user to create that particular block. So this is another thing we are going to implement. And at the end we are also going to implement our most important section, and that is how you can secure your payment flow using Arcjet. So what we are going to do, right, you can see that if the user is not a premium user, so we will be having this icon, and on click of that you can see that now we have a dialog with a payment flow. Now normally in other website you will see that we'll be directly having the Stripe checkout or PayPal checkout page, but here we will be having a two flow. So first user needs to give an email to proceed through the next flow. Now here in this email, right, so we will be implementing like bot protection. We are going to also use rate limiting, seal property, and other things that Arcjet will automatically internally handle. Now let's see what will happen if I try to give a wrong email here, right, and I'll give, and let's do a proceed with checkout. And you can see that we are still getting the same error that it is actually blocking. So until unless you'll give a proper error, so let me just close this, and I'll give, let's say I'll give roy1@gmail.com, and I'll do proceed with checkout. And once you'll do that, now you can see that you are getting this debit or credit card with PayPal. So let's click here, and then you will be getting the form, right? Now I will just quickly just fill this email here, and let's go and copy all this. So I'll just paste it here. Let's give 1128 123. I'll give name as Roy. I'll give some name. I'll give some dummy value here. Let's give dummy value. City, I'll give some dummy city name, and state I'll select anything. I'll copy some dummy zip code, I'll paste it here, and also I'll do the same for this phone number. Once I will fill all of these, and let's click on pay. Now it's already secured, so we'll be able to do it without any worry. So let's do pay here, and once this is successful, you'll see that user will be automatically authenticated. And once this is done, and you can see that what will happen, you will not be able to see that premium icon because the user is already now a premium user. Okay, all right, so this is all the things that we are going to implement in this particular project. As I already mentioned previously, that I will be adding a link in the description. Just click on that particular link and sign up for free, and then start using all these features. I'm pretty sure you're going to love it. So let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's get started. So the first thing what we need to do, we need to create an account in this Arcjet portal. And then because we are using Next.js, so we are going to choose Next.js as our framework. And before that, as I already mentioned previously, that I will be adding the link in the description. You just click there and then open an account, and I'm going to show you that how you are going to do that. So the first what we are going to do, so click on this Next.js here. So we already created the project. Now we need to install the Arcjet, and that will be related to Next because we are using Next. If you are using any other things like Node, Bun, then relative to that particular technology, you need to install that package. So now I'm going to just copy this here and then go to our terminal and then install this. So this will be our first step. Once you'll do that, and then you can create a free account. So click the link in the description, and then you just go here and then click on this sign in, and then either you can sign up with GitHub or Google. So I'll just select here Google, so I'll click here. Now I will select this account, so I'll select here, continue. Alright, so now you are in your personal workspace, and then just give some name here. So let's give this one as blog secure, or let's give secure blog app, and then click on create. So once you'll create this, you will be getting the API key, and that is very, very important. Now you definitely don't want to share this API key with anyone. Okay, this is very, very important. And I already have completed our another step, and that is to install our Arcjet SDK, right? So that we have already done. So now let's copy this, and now we'll go to our root, and then we need to create our env file, right? So let's create here .env.local. Alright, so now let's go there, and then I'm going to copy the key. So this is we need, and we are going to paste it here. So this is the first step. So now the basic Arcjet setup is completed. Now we are going to create middleware and a lot of things, but before that I also want to set up my sad scene, because we are going to use sad scene, right? So let's go there, and then we'll go to docs, go to installation. I'm going to select next, and then go to npm. Now whatever package manager you are using, based on that you can install the corresponding command. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, so now first it will validate all of this. Now I'm seeing that most of you actually faced a couple of issues while installing the sad scene, and that basically that you don't have your Tailwind setup is not properly done. So, and because of that only you might face some issues. So first you need to check whether the Tailwind setup is properly completed or not. So now I'm going to select this, keep it like this. We're going to use CSS variables, yes. And now let's enter, and now it will install the dependencies, and also you can see that the components.json is also completed. So now what will be our next step? The first thing, as I already told you, that this will be a completely secure application, right? So we are going to use lot of features that Arcjet actually provides, like something like bot protection. We are going to implement sign up form protection, login form protection, how you can do or implement sealed, a lot of things. So first, because so in this blog application we'll be having home page and blog creation page, and if user is not authenticated, so they will not be able to access those pages until unless you are authenticated or you are logged in. So our first aim will be to implement a secure sign up and login form, right? And that two pages we are going to implement first. So what we'll do, right? So this is completed. Now let's go to our projects inside source. So first we are going to create our proper files and folder structure, because that is very important. So now inside app I'm going to create our first folder, and let's give this our name as, so what we will give, so either you can give sign up or you can give login. So let's give this one as login only. So I'll give login, and also I'm going to create one more, and I'll give this one as register. Now let's create page.js, and then I'm going to copy and paste it here, and let's quickly create these two. So here I'm going to just give, it will do export default function, and I'll give this one as login page, and let's return. So let's return a div, and I'm going to do this one as login page. Save this, and now I'll paste it here, and this will be our register page. So this is the first step. Now let's go to our terminal and let's run this project. So I'm going to do npm run dev. Okay, so now once this is done, let's go to localhost 3000, and then we are also going to create a common layout page. So common layout page, let's say we are having some header components, so and header will be common for all the pages, right? So instead of rewriting multiple times, we are going to create a common page. So now first see if the register and this is working or not. So we're having register page, and then we are having the login page. Awesome. So now let's go to our inside source, and let's create our components. And here I'm going to create a layout folder, and let's create layout.js, and also I'm going to create a header.js, both the components. So this will be our common layout. So I'm going to do export default function. This will be common layout. Now let's return. So what we are going to return, right? So these will receive the children as a prop. So here what I'll do simply, so let's do one thing. So we also need to implement one more thing which is very important. So here in the layout page we are going to implement the use the header component, because header will be common, but for login page and the register page there will be no header. So for that we need to do some conditional statements. So here what I'll do simply, I'll return a div, and I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do mean height screen, and also I'm going to do a bg as white, and then let's quickly create this header component also. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. This will be my header, and this will be my header component. So let's save it. So now we are going to import this. So we'll import the header component here, and then we are going to simply pass our children here, because this will be children all the nested components. So now this common layout we are going to use from our main layout. So we'll go to our layout.js, and here I'm going to just wrap these children inside that common layout. So what we are simply doing, that we are passing this common layout page as a prop, and if you go there, right, you can see that we are getting header in for both the pages, right? So if I go to register, also you'll be getting header, but this we don't want. So what we'll do, right, for now I'm going to just do something like this. So I'll do const, and I'll do here is auth, and for now I'll do make this one as false by default. So I'm going to check that if this is auth, if the user is authenticated user, then only I want to render this header component, or else not, right? So now this time you will not get this one. So this is the basic structure is done. Now as I already told you, we are going to focus on register and login page, because that is very important. You will not be able to go to any pages until unless you will authenticate. Alright, so for that, the first thing we are going to implement the middleware, right? And also in that middleware we are going to use our Arcjet configuration. So how we are going to do that? So for that, first let's go to their SDK reference of Next.js. So go to their official doc, click on this SDK reference and click on Next.js, and here you will get lot of details configuration. So there are some record fields that you need to pass. The first one is, you can see that key. Now this is the key we have when we created or open our account. They will provide this key, right? We already have that, we have pasted in our environment file. So this is the first thing that is required. And then very important, which is the rules. Now based on these rules, Arcjet will understand that okay, what are the things that you want to implement for that particular feature. For example, let's say you are implementing a register form and you want to do a sign up form validation, so something like that. So that rules you need to mention inside that Arcjet configuration that we are going to create. So what we are going to do, right, first let's go to our inside source. I'm going to create another folder and I'll give this one name as lib. Okay, I think lib folder is already there, I believe. Okay, yeah, so here I'm going to create one arcjet.js. okay, so this will be our configuration. Now close everything. So first thing, you need to import Arcjet from their package, which is from our next package. And now I'm going to create our configuration. So let's give this one name as AJ in short, and here you're going to call this. And now we need to pass the options. So you can see that you have a key and then you have a rules. Now I'm going to pass the key, which is very important. So we'll be getting from our process.env dot, and then we have this key, right, that we have just used. So I'll copy this and then use this here. So this is the first step. Then we have the rules. Now for now what we're going to do, right, we'll keep this one as empty. We don't have any rules for now. And then what we're going to do simply, so just export this. So I'll do export default and I'm going to pass this. So this, the configuration is now created, right? Now as the video will progress, we are going to use or write a lot of rules based on different functionality, but for now this is what we need. And now this configuration we are going to use in our middleware. So now what we're going to do, simply let's go to source and then I'm going to create a middleware, right? So we'll create middleware.js. and now here what we're going to do simply, so let's first we'll import from, so we have this next, and then we are going to import create middleware. Okay, and I'm going to show you that how different way we are going to do this when we'll be implementing, or once the login and sign up functionality is completed, right, then we are going to change the logic here. But this is the basic way we are going to implement for now. And also we are going to import our configuration just now we have created from our lib file. Now once this is done, then we are going to do, we also need to use our config, right? So I think they have recommended some config. So let's search for middleware and see what we're getting here. So let's go here and you can see that they're telling to use, you have a middleware in this, adjust the matcher regex to include an omission for this route. Okay, so what we're going to do right here, so let's copy this and then we are going to simply pass it here. So we'll pass a matcher and then we are going to pass this here. Oh sorry, I think I have already copied this. So let's save it, and now we are going to simply do export default and I'll use a create middleware and then I'm going to pass our config, which is this, and this is done. So this is the basic middleware setup is now completed. Alright, so the basic setup is now completed. So next we'll start working on the register page, right? So before that, I just want to give you some overview that which features now we are going to use, and this is very interesting, right? I'm pretty sure you'll be learning something new. So what you're going to do, right, we're going to use or protect our sign up form. So how we are going to do that? So the first two steps we have already completed, and then we are going to use these protect sign up rules from this Arcjet, so they will provide. So here we can protect our email that I'm going to discuss in details. We are going to prevent from any kind of bot attack, and also we are going to give a rate limit, right? So these three things we are going to implement. So first what I'll do, right, let's do one thing. Let's create our structure for our register page and the login page, because both will be almost similar. So I'll go to this register page.js. I'll close everything else now, and here let's remove this, we don't need. So I'll take a div, let's take a class name. So I'll do mean height screen, we'll do a width of full, we'll do a flex column. For MD I'm going to do flex as row, right? We'll do a BG gradient, let's give this one to beer. We'll do from gray 100 and then I'll do to gray 200. Now we'll be having a left and right section, so let's go to our output and let's go to register page. So here what we are going to do first, so we'll do a div. Let's take a class name, so I'll do width as full. For MD I'm going to do width of 1/2. We are going to do flex, we'll do item as center, we'll do justify center padding of 8, and for large I'm going to do a padding of 12. Now inside this I'll take one more div. I'll do a class name, I'll do width as full. Let me give enter here. So I'll do width as full. I'll do max WMD, right? I'll do space y of 8. I'll do BG as white, padding of 8. We'll do rounded large. What else? And also let's give a shadow of large. Now inside this we'll take one more div. So here I'm going to do a class name. I'll do space y of 2 and I'll do text as center, and inside this I'm going to take a h1 and I'll do a register. So let's give a class name. So I'll do text 3XL, I'll do font as bold, I'll do tracking tight, and I'll do text gray of 900. Let's save it first. Let's see how it is looking. Okay, now after this I'll take a paragraph and I'll do here create your account to get started. Let's give a class name. Sorry, so I'll do a class name. So I'll do text as small and I'll do text gray of 500. Awesome. So now we need to create our form, right? So I'll give some placeholder here, or let's do one thing, because we are going to use React hook forms. I'm going to install all the packages, so I'm going to copy this and let's open one terminal. And also we need these resolvers, so I'm going to copy these also. Also we're going to use Jod for validation, right? So I'll install this. Now let's minimize, and now what I'm going to do, I will go to our components, and inside components I'm going to create one more folder, and this will be my auth, right? And inside this I'm going to create our register form and the sign up form. So I'm going to do here register form.js, and then also will be having a login form.js. Okay, so now here first let's quickly create this component. So I'll do register form, right? Let's return a div and let's copy this, save it, and then I'm going to make this one as login form. Now for the structure both will be exactly same, so I'm not going to rewrite same thing again and again. We'll just copy paste and change some of the things. Now we'll just import this here, so I'll do register form. All right, now what you're getting, so we'll be getting our register form here. Now after this we will take a paragraph, and I'll do here already have an account, right? And then let's give a class name also here. So I'm going to do a text as center. I'll do small and I'll do same color, text gray 500. Let's do 600, right? And then after that let's take a link and I'll do a login, right? And this will go to /login page. So for this one I'll do a class name, so I'll do font semi bold, we'll do text, let's do this one as black only, and for hover also I'm going to do text as black. So we are getting this. Awesome. Also let's give a space here, or let's do one thing, let's give a margin right of 2. Okay, I think oh sorry, I have mistake. So we'll give a margin left here of 3. Okay, now the basic structure is completed. Now on the right side we'll be having some image, right? So what we're going to do simply, so we'll go till here after this. So now I'm going to take one more div. So I'll do class name, so I'll make this one as hidden. For MD I'm going to do flex. Width I'm going to do half because that will be 50%. Padding of 12. I'll do item as center. I'll do justify center, and I'm going to make this one as relative. Now inside this I'm going to take one more div. Now here let's give a class name, so I'll do max w large. I'll do space y of 6. I'll do text as white, z index of 10. Inside this I'm going to take a h2 and let's give some message like join us to explore the best blog experience, right? And here I'll give a class name, so I'll give text as 4xl. I'll do text black, and I'll do font as medium. Save it. So you're getting this. Now we need to change some of the things. I think there might be some problem that I've done, or I think I pasted it in the wrong place. I think I have to do it here, I believe. Save it. Yes. Okay, so now after this what you're going to do simply, so we'll take a paragraph, and here I'll give this one as, let's say, some company name. I'll do your company for now. You can just modify all of this, it's up to you, right? Just look and feel. And I'm going to do text as right, so I'll do text as large, and I'll give this one as text black, and I'll do font as bold. Let's give this one some name, like I'll give like Sangam or whatever. Just change this, right? So here it will come like this. So you can just change this one if you're doing any client project. So based on client requirement you will be able to change this. So this is done. Now after this what I'll do, right, here I will take one div. Now it's up to you, right? Either you can use a background color here, or you can also use an image. It's up to you. So now here I'm going to take a class name. I'll make this one as absolute. I'll do inset of 0. I'll do bg black, and I'll do opacity of 50. Okay, now after this I'm going to use, so you can see that it will be like this. So if you want, you can also give some background color, let's say bg red, something just to show you, right? So it will change automatically, but I don't want to do that. I'll be using an image. Now after this I'm going to use my image. Now I'll just quickly copy paste my image. So where I'll copy paste inside this public, and then I'll create an image folder. So I'll do images, and there I'm going to paste my image, and the same I'm going to use. So let me just quickly paste it. Alright, so I'll just paste it here. So this image I'm going to use, right? So I'm going to give a source. So my source will be, so this will go to /images, and then I'm going to do auth.jpg, and I'm going to do alt as workspace. Then I'm going to give a class name, so I'll do absolute. I'll do inset of 0. I'll do object cover width full and height as full. So now let's save it and let's see what you're getting. Awesome. So now you can see that if I go to this full view, right, so it is looking good. So this is done. So this will be your basic structure for this register. Now what I'm going to do, right, as I already told you, so it will be exactly same. So let's copy this entire code. Now I'll go there. So go where? So go to our login page, and then I'm going to just quickly paste it here. So that will be having the similar structure. Now we need to change couple of things. So first thing, this will be our login form, right, and this will be login, right, and here what we'll do that something like that, please log in to access, or what we'll do or we can do something like this. We'll do welcome back, please enter your details, something like that, right? And then here I am going to do don't have an account, right? And this will be register or sign. I'll give register only. Okay, and this will go to register page, and this is done. Now let's save it. So now if I go to login, right, so let's see what you're getting. Okay, link is not defined, so you need to import it. So let me quickly import this link. So we're getting login, and if I click here, this should go to the register page. So if I click here, going to register, click here, it's going to the login. Awesome. So now our basic structure is completed. So now next we'll be start working on the registration form. Once we'll do that, then we're going to implement our main thing, which will be how you can use this Arcjet sign up form protection to protect your sign up form properly. Like, this is very interesting and I really like it. So you will see that whenever we are trying to give any kind of bad email, or which email is not valid or invalid, or there is no proper records for that particular domain, they are going to block your request, right? So that thing we are going to implement in the next part. Alright, so let's start working on the register form component, right? So this one, so I'm going to just close everything else. So here I'm going to take a form first. So I'll take a form, and inside this I'll take a div. Again, for this component and the login form, both the structure will be same, so we're going to use it. Okay, the same thing instead of rewriting 2 times. So after that I'll take one more div. I'll take a class name. So let me make this on relative, and here I'm going to take a user icon. So I'll do user, and then I'm going to just simply take a class name. So here I'm going to make this one as let's do absolute. So I'm going to do left as 3, top I'm going to make 3, height as 5, width as 5, and I'm going to do text gray 400. Okay, so getting this. Now after this, what we're going to do simply, so we'll take our input. Now here we need to install a couple of things, right? So we need to install all the SADCN components. So let's go here and let's search for input. So now I'm going to copy this. Now we need a lot of things, right? I think it will be better if I just do all of this at once, right, instead of doing multiple times. So first I'm going to paste it. So I'll do input, then I'm going to import button. We also need select. What else we need? We also going to need dialog component, and what else, let me just think. So dialog we need. Okay, checkbox we need. No, checkbox we don't need. We are going to have the label, so label we need. Then we also going to have tabs and also the toast component. So for now I think this will be enough. So let's install all of this. After once this is done, so we are going to use in our register form. So let's enter. Now you see, because it's using React 19, right, so you might face some of the issues while installing or working with, because some of the packages are not properly comfortable with React 19 because it's very new, right? So if we are facing something like that in the later part of the video, so what we're going to do, we can downgrade React version to 18, which is absolutely fine, but we're going to use the Next.js latest version only. So I think this is done. So now let's quickly import it. So I'm going to import input, and here what we're going to do, so let's give some styling, some basic styling we'll give. So I'll give class name. So I'm going to do a padding left of let's do a 10. I'll do bg gray of 50. I'll do border gray 300. I'll do text gray 900. For focus I'm going to do ring in indigo, let's make this one as 500, and I think this is fine. Also let's do one thing, let's give some for border also. So I'll do border indigo 500. Save it. So you can see that we are getting this, which is looking good. Now after this input, let's do one thing. Let's copy this exact thing. I'm going to paste it one more time because we'll be having one for name, one for email, and then what else we're going to do, we also will be having one for our password. So I'm going to paste it one more time, which will be for password, and then after this we'll be having our button, right? So here I'm going to take a button and I'm going to do this one as register. For this I'm going to use some class name, so I'll do width as full. I'm going to do a hover, I'll do a bg gray, let's make this one as 800. I'll do text as white, I'll do font as semi bold, I'll do py of 3, px of 4, we'll do rounded medium, we'll do transition, we'll do duration of 300, I'll do ease in out, we'll do transform, and for hover I'm going to do a scale of, let's make 105. Okay, so I think this is fine. Let's give a margin top of 3 also. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now what we're going to do, let's create our structure, right? So first I'm going to create our schema. So let's import star as z from, oh sorry, this will be star from Zod. Then I'm going to create our schema. So I'll do const schema, so I'll do z dot object. So we are having three things, right? So first we'll be having a name, so I'm going to do this one as z dot string dot min, and here I'm going to pass 2, and let's give a message of like name is required or name must be at least 2 characters. Okay, now let's comma, then I'll do email, we'll do z dot string dot email, and here I'm going to pass a message, and I'll do that please enter a valid email address, then comma, we'll do password, so I'll do z dot string, and here I'm going to do a mean of, let's do a 6, and I'll do a message of password must be at least 6 characters long. Okay, so this will be our schema. So now what I'm going to do, simply I'll take our state, so I'll do const, I'll do is loading, I'll do set is loading, and this will be use state of false, and don't forget to add our client component also. We need to convert this one to a client, right, or else it will not work. So this will be use client. Now after this what we're going to do, simply, so we'll take the following things, right? So we'll take use form from React hook form, and here we are going to pass our resolver, so which will be our Zod resolvers. We already have, I think we need to import it, right? So let me just quickly import this. So I'll do import something from Zod. I think we haven't, oh I think hook, it will be hook form resolver / Zod. Yes, that's it. So now I'm going to use this, and here we need to pass the which schema we need to do, so we'll pass the schema. So now this will give us the register method, this will give us handle submit, also this will give us a form state, and here we'll be getting the errors, right? So now let's save it, and also we need to use our toast from our use toast that we have just installed from sadcn, and I'm going to get our toast here. Okay, so now the basic part is completed, so we need to register each and every input that we are having here, right? So these things, so start with the first one, so we'll go to this input, so I'll do register, and this will be our name field, so I'm going to give the name as, this will be name. I'm going to give a placeholder which will be name, right? And also let's give a disable property disable will be if is loading is true. Okay, so now we are getting name. Also let's do one thing, let's make the top as 2. I think this is fine. Alright, so this is done. Now after this, what we are going to do simply, so I'll just copy all 3, and here we need to give this one first a type as email, and then I'll paste it. So register, I'm going to do this one as email, and this will be email, right? And also let's give this one in caps. Save this. So this will be my email. Also let's make this one as 2, right? And at the end we are going to, for this one I'll copy again all 3, and for this one we need to give a type as input, password, right? So we'll do a type, and this will be a password. So this will be password, and placeholder will be password, and this is done. So now you can see that we are getting all these options. This I have some pre-saved, so that is the reason it's coming. It's looking pretty good. Awesome. So now what we need to do, right? Now we need to create our schema. So also let's give a type here. So I'm going to give type as submit, and also I'm going to do a disable as is loading. Okay, save this. So now the basic structure is completed. So now the main thing will start, right? So how we are going to create our model, and then how we are going to use this Arcjet to protect the sign up form properly. So let's see how we are going to do in the next part. Alright, so now let's go to our source, and I'm going to create one more folder here, and I'll give this a name as models. And let's create our first model, which will be our user model. And now before that we also need to install Mongoose. So we'll do npm install Mongoose. Also we need to create our database. So let's go to our MongoDB, and then I'm going to also quickly create a database, and the same we are going to use in our environment file. Okay, I already created a MongoDB database, so we are going to simply click on this connect from this MongoDB for VS Code, and then just simply copy this. And now what I'll do, right, let's go to our env file, and then I'm going to create one more, and this will be my MongoDB URI. I'll just paste it, and then I'm going to just replace my password with the new password. Okay, let's save this. Alright, so now let's create one more inside this. So I'm going to create a MongoDB, or let's do this one as database, or let's do db.js. I think this will be simpler. And now I simply create a method. So we'll do const, we'll do connect to database. So this will be async, and here I'm going to simply do mongoose.connect, and then we're going to use process.env. Let me just quickly copy this. So this will connect dot then. So just simply log this. So I'm going to do a log, and I'll do MongoDB is connected successfully. Okay, then also I'm going to do a catch. Sorry, I think I need to do here. So I'll do dot catch error, and then I'm simply going to log this error here. Okay, and now simply just do export default connect to database. So database connection is also completed. Now let me just quickly do it like this. We'll do import mongoose. Awesome. So now we have our we need to create our schema for this user. So what are the things that we'll be having? So first let's import our mongoose, and then I'm going to do const. So I'll do user schema. So this will be new mongoose.schema. So here I'll be having a name, correct? So this will be the username, which will be a type, will be a string. Now here what else? So also we need to do a required. So let's do a required as also will be true. So let's copy this and paste it. So this will be email. So type will be string, required will be also true, and here also I'm going to give unique. This also will be true. Also we are going to give this one as lowercase, which also will be true. So these 4 things we need. So now let's copy this. So I'm going to paste it here. So this will be my password. So here I'm going to do, this will be string, required will be true, and here I'm going to pass select as false. Alright, so after this we will take a created at. So this also we are going to do a type, so this will be a date, and then I'm also going to pass a default. So default, this will take date dot now, the current date. Now let's copy this, and then at the end we'll be having one more, and this will be is premium. So this will be type as boolean, and the default will be false. Alright, so this will be our schema for our user. So now simply we'll do export default. So I'll do mongoose dot model dot user, or else we'll do mongoose dot model. So we're going to create, so we'll give the name as user, and then we are going to pass the user schema. That's it. So now we have created our model, we have set up our database, we also have handled our register form, right? So everything is completed. So now what we are going to do, we need to create our API route or server action, right? So we are going to create server action. That is not the case. Now coming to the main part, that how we are going to implement this Arcjet sign up form protection to protect our form, right? So let's see how we are going to do that. So now we will start working on the Arcjet configuration file, and here we are going to write quite a few rules, right? So first what I'm going to do, right, here inside these rules I'm going to create and the first rule, which will be, I'm going to give this a name as protect sign up form, and here we need to use this protect sign up, so that we are going to import from here. So we'll do protect sign up form, and here what we are going to pass, right? So we're going to pass couple of properties, and let's see each and every property. So first you can see that we are having an email property, that what kind of email you want to give access to the user to be registered. So the first thing is that very important, the mode is here is live. Live means whenever you'll be giving us live, it will block the request, right? And if you only want log, then you can use dry run instead of live, but we are going to use definitely live. So I'm going to copy this and then I'll paste it here. So this is the first step. Second, it is telling that okay, what kind of emails you want to block. So definitely we are going to block all the disposable emails, sorry. Also we are going to block any kind of invalid email, and also we are going to block all those emails that doesn't have any MX records, right? So all of this. So I'm going to just copy this line, copy from here, and then I'm going to just paste it. So this is the first step. And after this what we're going to do, right? So here, sorry, I'm doing something wrong. We need to give this one in email. So inside email we are going to paste this. Okay, so we are telling that okay, for this email property I want this kind of blockage, that whenever there is a disposable, invalid or no MX records email, you are going to block the request. So this is the first step. Second, we are also going to block any kind of bots. So again, we need to take the option as bots. We are going to pass the mode as live, and here we are going to pass the allow, and then we are going to pass empty array. So empty array means it will block all the detected bots automatically. Okay, so now let's go here, and then I'm going to pass bots. So I'm going to do a mode, and this I'll be doing live definitely, and also I'm going to pass these options, which will be this. So allow I'm going to do as empty array. Next I want to use a rate limit also. Now what exactly rate limit? So here we are going to use a sliding window. Now we are also going to use different kind of rate limit like token bucket and those things in the next part. So first let's start with the sliding window. So here I'm going to use a live mode. Interval, they're telling that okay, it will request a 10-minute sliding window. So whatever value will be giving here, it is 10 minutes, max 5 requests. So allow 5 submission within the window. If you're trying to do more, it will automatically block. For the example purpose, what we're going to do, right, instead of giving 10 minute, I'm going to do 1 minute, and max I'm going to do only 2, so that we'll be able to test it. So here I'm going to pass, so I'll do a mode as, sorry, I'll do a mode as live. I'm also going to pass the interval, so I'm going to pass this as 1 minute, and also let's do a max of 2, right? Now this is our rule that we have already set up, this protector sign up. Now definitely whatever API route or use or server action that you are going to create, we need to use this, but that is a different thing that we are going to see. But this is the first step, that how we are going to write the rules. So we learned the first thing, that how you can protect your sign up form. Now the main thing will start, and that is we need to start working on our actions. So let's start with our register action. Go to source, create a folder, and I'm going to give this one as actions, and here I'm going to give this one as register.js. Now let's close everything else, right? Because here we have quite a few things that we need to do. So here I'm going to do simply export async function, and I'm going to do this one as register user action. I'm going to get the form data. Now here what you're going to do simply, so first thing we will do try. Now here it's very important what we need to do, or the main thing is that how you're going to link your Arcjet configuration or the sign up protection, that whatever you have done in this server action. So that is the first thing we need to do, right? But before that, let me just quickly do something like this. In the catch block, what we can do, right? Simply we'll do an error, and then I'm just going to do a console error, and I'm going to log this error, and let's pass a register error, registration error. And now after this, let's do one thing. So here we can simply return, let's return an error, and I'm going to just do an internal server error, and let's return a status of 500. Now coming to this try block. So what are the things we need to do here, right? So the first thing, as I already told you, that whatever configuration that we have created to protect our sign up form in our Arcjet configuration, so that we need to somehow connect to our API route or server action. So in this case we are going to use server action. So let's see how we are going to do that. So before that we need to do one more thing, and that is, remember we have created the validation schema in our registration form, right? So let me just quickly copy that. So I'm going to copy this, and let's just paste it the same thing here. So after this I'll paste it, and then I'm going to simply import something from Jod. So I'm going to import Z, and now after this what you're going to do simply, so I'll do const, and I'll do validated fields. I'll do register, what is the name that we have given? I think we only given schema. Okay, let's use the same. So we'll do schema dot safe parse, and here we are going to do name. So name will be our form data dot get. So we'll be getting the name. Similarly, we'll copy this, paste it 2 more times. So we are going to get our email, and then we'll be getting our password. All right. And now I'm going to simply check if not equal to validated field dot success. So you're going to return error. Now let's return this validated fields dot error dot errors of 0th element dot message. Sorry, this will be message. And here I'm going to return a status of 400. Awesome. Now after this we need our these 3 things from our validated fields dot value, sorry data. So we'll be getting name, we'll be getting email, and also we'll be getting password. Now coming to the main part, that we need to somehow connect, right? So if you go to the official doc of their if I go here, right, see what exactly they're doing. So they're doing something like this. So they have they're getting this data, they're getting from request.js, and then they're getting the email, and then what they're doing, they're using the configuration that we have created here. So this is the configuration, and then they're using this protect, right, and then passing the request and telling that okay, just validate this email field. So if there are any error, so based on that they're returning the result. But we will follow definitely this, but not like this. We are going to do hands-on, and we'll see how this will work. So here what I'm going to do, right, so the first thing I'm going to take const, and I'll do request, and here I'm going to do await, and I'm going to use request. Now from where? From this arcjet/next package we are going to import this request. Okay, and here just invoke this. Now after this what we'll do, simply we are going to create a decision. Now this is very important. Now this Arcjet will give you the decision based on the configuration that you have created. So if you go to their configuration that I just created, right, so we are telling that okay, block all these emails, block all the bots, and then do the rate limiting of this sliding window. And then I'm going to just simply do this. So we are going to use await, and we'll do aj. This is the configuration that we have created, and this will give us the method. So here we are going to do protect, and in this protect you are going to pass this request object. So this is our request, and after this what we are going to do simply pass an email, and which will be our email? Our email will be this email. So you can directly pass this email like this also. So this will take this email. Now this will give us a decision, right? And based on that decision we are going to see that what exactly is happening. But before we do that, we also need to understand that how this will work, right? So we'll not go into hurry, but before that first we need to somehow pass this data from our front end to these, so that we'll be able to see what we are getting in this decision, right? So for now I'm just going to log this, right? We'll not do anything, just log this json.stringify, and I'm going to simply log this decision here, and let's give some log also, save it. So now this is fine. Let's go to our login registration form, and here now what we're going to do simply, so let's create one method, right? So here we need to create an on submit method. So I'm going to create on submit method here now. So I'll do const on submit, and I'm going to do async. So we'll do data. So now here first we'll do set is loading. I'll make this one as 2. Now first let's do one thing. In the try, right, I'm going to just log this data and we'll see what we are getting. Then we'll do a catch, log the error, and then finally I'm going to do set is loading as false again. Save it. Alright, so now let's say I'll give some name here. There, let's give a email, and then I'll do something like this, and then register. So you're getting name, email, and password, which is fine. Awesome. So now after this, the first thing, we will create our form data here. So I'll do const, and I'll do form data, which will be new form data. Here I'm going to simply do object dot keys of data, which will be my single object keys. And then I'm going to simply do a for each. So we'll get the key, and I'm going to just do form data dot append. So I'm going to do key, so I'll appending the key along with data of key, means the value of that, right? These are normal concepts. And after this I'm going to simply do const result, and this will be now what I'm going to do, right? I'll do await, and I'm going to simply call our registered user actions, remember? And here I'm going to pass this form data, and then I'm going to just log this result, and then you'll see some interesting thing will happen, right? So I'm going to, for now I'll just log this result, and remember we are not returning anything, but that is not the case. Now I want to show you what is happening here. So let's go here, right? I'm going to now do this. Okay, we are getting some error. Okay, I think we are not returning anything, maybe because of that we are getting some error. Let me check what is the problem. Oh, okay, I know the reason. So the reason is because we are not using use server here. So we need to use a use server action, because this is the action file, right? So that is the reason. Now I think this should not come. Refresh this. Okay, now we'll see what will happen. I'll just expand this one here. Let's go below, and now what I'm going to do, right, I will let's go to the official doc of Arcjet. So they have some examples here, right? So that we can see. So let's see where they are having all the examples, right? Let's go to reference, or let's go to the concepts, and here we can, I think we are not getting here. Let's go to quick start. There will be some way to check this, right? Go here. So I need to get some, we need some examples, right? Okay, let's do one thing. I think I already opened some of the domains, so I'll just copy, let's say this one, copy this, and now I'll go here, I'll give some name, I'll do John123, I'll paste it here at the rate, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now let's click on register, and let's see what you're getting right here. And you can see here what we'll be getting. We are getting a deny reason. Here you can see deny the reason. It's a disposable or there is no proper MX records, right? You are getting that one. Now let me just quickly show you in the proper way. Let me just log it here. What we can do, right? Let's just simply log this decision instead of this, save it, and now I'm going to just do one more time. Just send it, register, and see what you're getting. See here, now you will be getting, see if you see it is allowing the rate limiting, so rate limiting is getting passed. So if you go here, right, for now I have done like max 20 time I can do in 1 minute duration, so which is correct. So it is allowing, so conclusion is allowed. Then bot, for bot reason it is also conclusion is allowed, right? But if you notice for the email it is giving you deny. Why? Because it's a disposable or it's there is no proper MX records, and this is awesome, right? Now if you're creating very secure apps, this will be very helpful, right? And nowadays, you know, like so many things are happening like that, so this is a great thing that you can try. Now what we can do, simply we can immediately return that you can't do that. And once let's say some hacker or someone try to do it multiple times, so we already have rate limit in place, right? So let's say if we are trying to register multiple times, let's say 10 times, 15 times, we are going to block that user and Arcjet will automatically block their IP for some time. So let's see how this will work. So now you'll know what we'll be getting. So we'll be getting this method. So let me just go there, and if you go to their concepts, right, or let's go to okay, let me check which quick start, I think. So in the quick start, if you see, you will be getting this is denied, so they will deny this. If this is true, right, we are going to return something. So let's say how we are going to do that. So now I'll go there, okay, go to register action. I'll simply do something like this. What we can do, right, let me just do here. So after this I'm going to do if, so having decision, and here we'll be getting is denied. So definitely this is will be denied. So here I'm going to just do something like this, that if decision dot reason, so they will tell that for what reason it is getting denied. Now for email, there it is going to return a is email. So if the reason is for email denied, that means there can be possibility that email is a disposable email, or it's a that email don't have a MX records. And here what I'm going to do, simply here I'm going to get the types. So I'll do const email types, and I'm going to do decision dot reason dot email types, okay. And now I'm going to simply do if this email types dot includes, and here I'm going to pass a disposable. See, it's already giving all the options that it's a invalid or whatever. So if it is disposable email, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to return, so I'll return error, and here I'm going to simply return that disposable emails addresses are not allowed, okay. And status, you are going to return a forbidden, right? So you're going to do 403. So this is the first thing. Else we are going to check if, so I'm going to just copy this, and here I'm going to do a invalid. So let's return the same thing, or we are going to change that this email invalid email address, something like that. So we'll do invalid email address. Else if, so I'm going to copy this again, and we are going to check that if this email address doesn't have a MX records, so we are going to return another error, and I'm going to do email domain does not have valid MX records, right? Else we are simply going to return like email address not accepted, okay. So do email address is not accepted, please try again. So this is what we are going to return. Now once this is done, so this is only for the email one, right, email one. Then we are going to do else if, so we'll check if this decision dot reason, if it's a bot, right, so it will automatically detect if it's a bot activity, so we are going to return another error. So I'm going to do like what we can give, like bot activity detected, and then we are going to return a status of 403. Else we are also going to check, very important, this is actually another important thing, that if it's a rate limit, right, if the rate limit is crossing, means your user is trying to do it multiple times in a short period of time, you are also going to block that user. So here what we are going to return, so we'll return here error, and we'll return too many requests, and I'll do please try again later, and I'm going to return a status of 429, right? All right, I think this is done. So now what else we can do, else part we are going to return some error, that registration denied, and I'll do a status of 403. So now let's save it. So now we'll be able to log this in our UI. So now let's go there, right? So first we are going to see here if it's a success, so we are going to do something. So I'll do if the result dot success, so we'll do something else, we are going to throw some error here. Now in the catch block, what we are going to do, simply we'll take a toast, so we'll already have the toast component that we are using, and here I'm going to just simply do something like registration, we'll do registration, oh sorry, we need to give the title here, so we'll do title, and I'll do registration failed, and I'm going to give a description, and description I'm going to give the error dot message. Okay, and here you are going to pass a variant, so which will be destructive. That's it. Alright, so this is fine. So now what we are going to do, right, so here you can see that we are already checking the if say result dot success, so we are going to do something else, we are going to throw an error, because if you see, right, we are returning error here, right? So whenever there is something wrong, so you're returning this error. So now here simply just to throw, and I'm going to throw a new error, and here I'm going to pass this result dot error, or I'm going to pass something went wrong. Now see what will happen. Save this, and now if you go there, right, and if I try to do the same thing with this email and try to register, see, you are getting, right, disposable email address are not allowed. So it's not, it will never allow to register with this email. Even you can try with a different one. Let's say if I try to go with something like let's do this one, go there and let's pass it register. See, it is blocking, right? So you'll be getting always this. Let's say if I try to give some random at the rate and then do this dot this, try to register, email address doesn't have a valid MX records, and this is absolutely brilliant, because it will not be able to do it. There is no way we'll be able to do it, because it will always block it. Now I'm going to show you another interesting thing, and that is, now I'll go here, and from this 1 minute interval I'll only keep this on as 2 times, save it. Now see what will happen, right? Now if I try to send it, let's say 1, so you get valid MX records. I'll send one more time, so let me just close this. Okay, you're getting that. Okay, so now you will see, you'll get an expected response was received from the server, and you are getting too many requests, 429, right? And this one, if I try to do one more time, you can see you are getting this. Try to refresh this page, you see you are getting that message too many requests. Now we are going to change this, but I just want to show you that now what is happening. If you go to register action, right, so this rate limit is getting crossed, right? So it's not giving you this, it will not allow to access that page only, so it will block. So now what is happening, it is coming here and it is checking that, okay, my rate limit mode is now live, I have only interval of 1 minute and I'm giving a max of 2 times. If anyone tries to do more, let's say 5-6 times, so it will automatically block. So now let's say I will give a 20 here, refresh this and refresh this page, and let's say try to do this one as, I'll just pass this one just to show you. I'll pass a 403 and I'll go here and let's give this one as now 4, save it, and now I'll copy the same email. Let's say I'll do this one, give some name at the rate this, and try to register. So you are getting this, that it is not allowing. Do one more time, 3. See, you immediately got, so I think it's crossing already. Now that means this rate limiting is also working fine, right? But in a real scenario, definitely you are not going to give max 4 times, and also you're going to increase this interval, but this is just to show you. So for now what I'll do, right, I'll give this one as 10 minutes, and let's give this one as 10 minutes, let's say 20 times you can do. Now you understand that how it is allowing this email and also the rate limit and everything. Now if bots also, you can't directly test it, but I will try to show you in a different way how we are going to test this bots feature also, right? We need to do some dummy request, and based on that we are going to like see the results. So whatever things you have done, let's recap one more time. So what we have done, so first we have created the configuration, that this is for our sign up configuration. Then we'll come here and we are getting the request, right? And then we are creating a decision. Now this decision will be provided by Arcjet only, right? So we are protecting this request, and we are checking our email field, and we are seeing that if this is denied, so there can be multiple reasons. If it's a reason email, so there can be, it can be a disposable email, it can be invalid email, or it can be a no MX records email, and all the use cases we are going to return false. If it's a bot, we are going to return a bot activity detected, and if the rate limiting is crossing, so we are going to return like too many requests, please try again later. Once all of this is done, right, now after this what we are going to do simply, so now we need to start working on our database integration, right? So because once all of this is passed, let's say I given proper email, so definitely it will pass, right? So this decision will give you allowed. So there is a denied, and if you see, right, there is a allowed also. So if it is not denied, means it will come here. Now we are going to do a database connection here. So now let's start working on that. So the first thing what we are going to do, right, first we'll call our connect to database method. So I'll do await, and I'll do connect to db. Also need to install bcrypt.js. Let me just quickly do that. So I'll do npm install bcrypt.js. Awesome. And after this, what I'm going to do, simply first I'll do const check the existing user, if the user is already exist or not. So I'll do await, we'll get our model, user model, and we are going to do find one, and we'll check with our email, because email is our unique field, right? So I'm going to check if it's an existing user. So I'm going to return error that user already exists, and I'm going to return a status of 400. After this we are going to create our salt. So this will be await, so we'll do bcrypt. Okay, let me just import it. Okay, and here I'm going to simply do this dot gen salt of 10, and I'm going to simply create our password. So I'll do hash password, which will be await, and here I'm going to do bcrypt dot hash. I'm going to pass the password and pass the salt. After this, we're going to create our new user, right? So do const, I'll do result. So this will be new user. So we are going to pass name, we'll pass email, and we're going to pass the password. So now the password will be your hash password, right? So we're going to do hash password. Then we are going to pass a created date. I think if you don't pass all of this also, it will always take, because we already have a default given, right? I think this is fine. And I'm going to do await result dot save. So now this is completed. So if result is completed, so we are going to return a success, and I'll do user registered successfully, and I'm going to pass a status of 201, else we are going to return some error, right? Else return some error. So we'll return this something like this. Now we need to return it 400. Let's give 500 only. Now let's save it. Now we are going to refresh this. Now I'll give a proper email. Okay, so I'm going to give this email only. I'll give some name, so I'll give my name here. This is my name, and let's give with my name only. So I'll do this, @gmail.com. Also, before doing that, we also need to add some logic in our success result also, right? So what we can do, right, simply if it is successful, so this case, so we'll copy this. So I'm going to do registration successful, and description I'm going to return this result.success. That's it. Variant will just remove it. Now this is done. So now let's save it. Also I'm going to do something like this. So if the registration is successful, so it will go to router. We need to import router, I believe. So we'll do const router will be use router, and then we are going to do router.push. So it will go to /login. Save it. And if this is successful, let's see if this is working or not. So I'll give my name, I'll give this email, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click on register. Okay, we are getting some error, registration denied. Awesome. But why that is the reason? Let me just check. There might be some problem. Okay, all the reasons are coming allowed. There might be some reason. This is some different issue, I believe. So we're getting registration denied. Okay. Okay, we should not return like this. This is wrong, right? Because it will always come here. Let's save it. This is my bad. So now I think this should work. So let's do register. Awesome. So registration is now successful. So that means by that what you're able to understand that, okay, when you are giving proper email, so Arcjet is automatically bypassing that, right? So you are not getting denied. So this will only block whenever you will try to give any invalid email, and this is perfectly working fine. Also you have checked that how you are going to implement the rate limit, right? And whatever rate limit you want, based on that you will be able to play here. So here you need to change. If you don't want to directly block the user, then you can give what? You need to give dry run. Remember, instead of giving live, you can give dry run. So I'll keep it like this. So now registration is working fine. So let's go here and let's see what is happening, if we are getting the user or not. I'm going to refresh this. And let's go to our collections. We are getting users, and there is one user, name, email, password is premium false, and created date is automatically coming. So this is working fine. So now the registration part is completed with the sign up form protection. Next we are going to implement what? We are going to implement the login functionality. Now login will be almost similar. The only thing what we are going to do right here for login, because we don't have a sign up, we are only going to validate our email. So for email we are going to simply use the email validation here. So with this we have covered both the things. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so first let's start quickly create the UI, right? So for UI we are going to use the exact component or the logic whatever we have used for register, so that it will save some of our time, right? Or else it will be completely repetitive code. So let's go to our register form, and I'm going to open our login form also. And then here the first thing we are going to use the exact thing, right? So first I'm going to copy this Zod, and let's import here. Then I'm going to create our schema. So for this schema So for this one we need the email and password, right? Because we don't have the name for the login. Next, what we are going to do, we are going to use the exact same thing. So I'll copy this and then I'll paste it here, and let's import our useState. Also I'm going to import use form, and also let's import this. Alright, after this let's use both, and then I'm going to just paste it here. So let's import this and also this. Now for this one we are going to use the exact code, so I'll copy from here, and let's do one thing. So for this one I'll just remove this, paste it. Now I'll just modify some of the things. So the first thing, this name part is not required, so I'm going to remove this. Next, we're having email, these all are correct, password also is same, and this also will be same, only this will be a login. So now let's save it and let's see what we are getting. Okay, also we need to use client, so I'll do use client. Also I need to import the icons, so we need to use this user icon, and I think for these let's use a password icon, right? So I think there will be a password icon or not. What is the icon name? There would be a key icon or something. Let's use a key icon. Save it. So let's see what you're getting. Refresh this page. On submit is not defined, so let's create this method also. So look const on submit async. Save it. Okay, input also you need to import, and also I believe button also. So we're getting both. Also let's do one thing, let's use the key here also in the registration form instead of using the same. So I'll just paste it and I'll import this here. And for email I believe there will be some mail or something, right? Let's try mail. Yeah, so now let's see if this is working. So I'll go to register. Okay, now icons are different. Go to login, so it's different. Awesome. So now the first thing what we need to do, whenever this part we no need to do any changes, right? It will automatically take care whatever logic we have written. First we need to go to again the Arcjet, so we need to create another configuration. Now this time for this login, what we are going to do, right, we are going to validate this email, and to do that we need to go to this email validation. So if you go, because previously we have done the sign up form protection, right? Now we'll go to the email validation. Now here also what you can do, you can simply pass this, right? So we are going to pass a key, and then we are going to pass the rules. Now if you notice in the rules, now we are going to pass the validate email. We are going to pass the mode as live, and block will be the same as whatever we have used previously. Now with this we are going to also do a couple of other things, but first let's quickly create this. So I'm going to go there. Let's go to here. Okay, so now I am going to create one more configuration here. So let's create a export const, and I'm going to do let's do this one as login rules. Okay, or else we can also do the same here also, that is also fine. If you want to validate this will also work. So let me just quickly show you, or else let's do this one in a different way. So here I'm going to use the Arcjet, and I'm going to pass my key, right? So my key will be process.env dot, and this will be the key. And here we are also going to pass a characteristics. So I'm going to pass IP dot source, and here I'm going to pass the rules. So in the rules, the first thing I'm going to pass, this will be validate email, and in the validate email I'm going to pass the mode as live, and I'll use the same thing whatever you have used. So block, I'll use these three, and then I'm going to just pass it here. So this will be, it will validate our email. Now after this I'm also going to use a sealed property. Now what actually the sealed is, so if you go here, right, let's go to that sealed, and this will normally protects your application against the common attacks that normally we are having, right? If you go to the top 10 rules of this, you'll be able to understand. So here also it is very simple. You just need to pass the sealed and then you need to pass the mode. Now here you have to be little careful, like if you are giving live, it will actually block right, all the requests and everything. So if you want to only get the logs, you can use the dry run as I already discussed. But for now I want to give this one sealed, so I'll give a mode as, so I'll give this one as live. Okay, this is fine. And also let's do one thing, let's give a bot rule also. So I'm going to use a, so after this I'll use a detect bot, and also I'm going to pass a mode as live, and I'm going to pass allow. So I'll allow means I'll not allow any bot, so you need to pass empty. So this will automatically work. Now this is our login rules that we have created. Now these login rules we are going to use in our login actions that we'll be creating now. So now let's go to our actions, and I'm going to create login.js. Okay, all right. So the first thing what we are going to do simply here, now as usual it will be almost similar to whatever you have done previously. So let me just close everything, go to register, and then we are going to use the same thing. So I'll copy this, paste it, and also use the same, paste it, and remove the name, because for login we are having only email and password. After this I'm going to create export async function. So I'm going to do here login action, login user action. I'm getting the form data, and here also you're going to do the same thing. So I'm going to just copy till this part, and I'll paste it here, and let's remove the name, and I'm going to remove the name from here. We need only email and password, right? And after this what we're going to do first, now I need a try catch, and in the catch also I'll just simply return all of this. That's it. Now the first thing what we need to do, again we need to get our request, right? So I'll do const request, and this will be await, and we are going to import request from our Arcjet package, and here we are going to pass, not pass, now we are going to create our decision. So I'll do const decision, and here you need to use edge await, and I'm going to use login rules, remember, dot protect. And now these rules we have created, right? So now this will be automatically applicable here, and now what you're going to pass here, simply pass the request and then pass the email, because this is what we are going to validate here, and we'll pass here email, right? And again it will automatically do all the things that it needs to do here. Now I want to do another interesting thing, that I want to show you that how you can implement a VPN or proxy, how you are going to detect that if user is using VPN or proxy. So if you go to their blueprints, right, you see they're having these VPN and proxy detections. Now there might be something that is only available on the pro plans, so you can see some of the things are only available here, but you can also use some of the things in free plan also. So here what they are doing, you can see that we can simply check that if this decision, so whatever decision that we have created, this one, and here it has any hosting, or if it's a VPN, proxy, or relay, then we are going to return something that, okay, this user is using some proxy or something like that. Okay, so this also we can do, but before that first we need to validate this email is working or not, email decision. So first we are going to do if decision dot is denied, and after this we are going to do the same logic whatever we have done here. So let's go here, and we are going to check is email, right, if it's disposable, invalid, or MX records, if it's a bot, or also we are going to see if it's a sealed, right? So sealed property also we have used there, so that also we are going to see. We are having validate email, sealed, and detect bot. So I'm going to copy all of this from here, copy this. So let's copy, and then I'm going to paste it here. So let's remove this. We need to do a couple of changes. So here the email logic will be same. We are also checking if it's a bot, and here I'm going to use is sealed, because sealed we have used, right? And here I'm going to return, instead of this I'll do suspicious activity detected, and here we are going to return 403. So once this is done, first I'm going to save this and we're going to test if this is working or not, right? So let's go to our login page. So we need to go to the form component, login form, and we are having this on submit, right? So first we are already passing here. So here I'm going to do set is loading as true, and then I'll do a try, I will do a catch, and also I'm going to do a finally, and I'm going to first make the set is loading as false. And the first thing, again, we are going to create our form data, which will be new form data, and let's create the same thing. So we'll do object.keys of data dot for each. So we'll get the key, and I'm going to do form data dot append. So I'll append the key along with the data, so it will be data dot key. And after this I'm going to do const result will be await. So the name is login user action, and then I'm going to pass the form data here. So this is done. See, it is the same logic, right? Exact same code. So I'll do result, sorry, it will be result dot success. So we are going to do something like, we'll do toast, and I'm going to do here login successful, and I'm going to pass a description which will be result dot success. Else we'll throw new error with result dot error, and I'm going to do something wrong occurred, right? So this will be our logic. In the catch block, I think catch block we are going to do the same thing whatever we are doing here. So let's go to our registration form, and if you go to this, so I'm going to doing this, so let's copy this and I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to do this one as login field. So we are returning this message, right? We are rendering this. Now what we're going to do, simply save it, and we'll go here, and now I'll try to give, okay, we are getting some error. Okay, again I'm not given that, I will always forget that thing. So I need to give use server here. Don't forget to give that use server, because this is a server action, right? You need to give that. So now this will work. So now let's do one thing. I'll try to give some random email here and try to log in. Okay, data is not defined. I think some problem we are getting in the login form. Okay, here we'll be getting the data. Save it. So now let's try to log in. See, we are getting that email doesn't have a MX records. Now here I'll give you one homework, and that what you can do, right? Now here what we can do, right? So let's go to our Arcjet configuration, and here you can see that we are using validate email, sealed, and detect bot. Now here one more important thing will be to implement a rate limiting here, because whenever any user try to log in multiple times, right, so you need to block them. So let's do, or else you can do by yourself also, but I'll show you how you can do that. So I'm going to implement a sliding window here, and then I'm going to give a mode as live, and I'm going to do a what is that property name? We need to use interval. So I'll do interval of 1 minute. So in 1 minute you can only log in, let's say 2 times. And now I'll save this, and let's go to our login actions. Remember we are using this sealed, right? Sorry, I think I have I think here, sorry, this will be sealed. Yeah, this we are using sealed. So here I can give one more condition. So let me just copy this and I'll paste it here, and I'm going to do if this is rate limit. So I'll do that too many requests, please try after some time. Save this. Now see what will happen. I'll try to log in. Okay, click here. So you're getting email doesn't have a MX records, which is okay. Click one more time. Again you are getting, now click one more time too many requests, please try after some time. Awesome, this is really cool. Now it is coming here, right? So your sliding window, these maximum attempts are actually covered in this 1 minute. You can't do that. So this is how we'll be able to block the user doing any kind of suspicious activity also. So that means we have learned that how you can validate email, how you can give a sealed property, how you can detect bot, and also implement a rate limiting, right? So with this, our login is completed, but only the Arcjet part. Now the main logic we need to implement, right? Because we need to log in that user. All right, so for that, the first thing, let me just minimize all this. So after this, again, first we need to connect. So I'll do await, and I'll do connect to database. And here the first thing we need to get our user. So I'll do const user, and this will be await user dot find one. Okay, we need to import the user also. Okay, we already have, so we'll do find one, and here I'm going to pass the email, and I also going to select our password property. So I'll do here plus password. Now after this, we are going to check if this user doesn't present, so we are going to return. So let's return error, and I'm going to just do something like invalid credentials or whatever you can give. We'll do invalid credentials, and I'm going to do here status will be 401. Now after this, once this is done, so we need to check our password, right? So we'll do const is password match. So this will be await, and I'm going to use, so let me just import this. So I'll do bcrypt dot compare. So I'll be getting the password, which will be this password, whatever I'm typing here, with the user password. So I'm going to do user dot password. Okay, now after this, we are going to check if this password match is wrong. So again, we are going to return that you have given an invalid credentials. All right, now after this, we are going to create our token. So we're going to create a token. Now to create a token, we are going to use this awesome package. This is called JOS. So I'm going to install this. So I'll do npm install JOS, and now after this, we will be creating the token. So I'm going to do const token. So we'll do await. So I'll do new sign JWT, and now I'm going to pass here user ID, which will be my user dot id dot. So I'm going to do a toString, and after this, I'm going to also pass a email, which will be my user dot email. Now here what I are going to do, so I'm going to set a protected header here. So we'll call set protected header. I'll pass an algorithm of HS256. Then we are going to do dot set issued at, and also I'm going to pass a set expiration time. So now here you can pass hour. So I will give this on 5 hours for now. For development purpose, definitely you are going to make this on very less, right? Let's say 10 minutes or 5 minutes, something like that, if there is no user activity. Dot sign, so you're going to do new text encoder, and here we are going to do dot encode. I don't know, this is my VS Code is very slow for a couple of days. I don't know why this is happening. And here we need to take a JWT secret. So I'm going to take a secret. I'll copy this, and let's go to our env file. Pass a JWT secret will be this for now. So this will create a token, right? So we are doing lot of operation here. After this, we are going to set this token in our cookie. So I'm going to do await. I'll do cookies dot set, dot set, and here we are going to pass, see it's very slow, so we're doing set, and then I'm going to pass token, and here what we are going to pass, this is the key name, the value will be this token that we have created, or let's make this on user token if it is confusing. So I'll do user token, pass this user token here, and after this I'm going to pass a couple of things. So I'll do HTTP only will be true, then we are going to pass secure. So here for now we can give this one as true, but you will give some condition, like if it is process.env.node environment is products, and then only you make this one true, or else I'll make this one as false. For now I'll do same site, I'll do this one as strict, then we are going to do a max age. So I will do this one as, let's do one thing, let's make this in 2 hours. I think 5 hours is little high, and for max age I'm going to pass this one as 7200, which will be 2 hours. I think this makes sense. And here we are going to pass a path. Now this path will be slash. So what this means is, it's like it is ensuring the cookies available for all paths. So now this will set the cookies. Okay, once this is done, we are going to return. So I'm going to return a success, because this we need to return. So I'll do logged in successful, then we are going to return a status of 200. And also here for now this is fine, later I'm going to add some more things, but now let's save it, and with this I think this should work. Now what we need to do, right, we need to do something. So whenever the user will logged in, that time we need to navigate the user to a certain page, right? So what logic we are going to do, so if the user is authenticated, so we'll navigate the user to here, right? So I think we already have router, so I'll do router dot push, and it will go to the home page. Now one very interesting thing, like the middleware concepts is not implemented. What I mean by that, let's say if you try to go to the home page, so I'll just refresh this page, see you are still able to do it, but this should not happen. So this logic also we are going to do, but for now first let's see if the login is working or not. So now I'll come here and let's give I think I've given sangam@gmail.com, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6, try to log in successful, and you are going to the home page. Awesome, and this is working fine. So now in the next step what we are going to do, we are going to protect our routes. So we are going to use both our Arcjet configuration along with our custom logic, right? So here we need to do a couple of changes. So let's start working on this part in the next. Alright, so now let's start working on the middleware, right? So we need to complete the middleware so that any unauth user will not be able to access any other pages, then log in and register. So if you go to application cookies, so we already have cookies stored here. Now what you're going to do, simply go to our middleware, and now we're going to start writing the logic. So let's close everything. Also I'm going to do this, so I'll go to this lib folder, and here I'm going to create one more file, and this will be my auth.js. So here in this file I'm going to see if the user is actually authenticated or not. So first I'm going to create a function, so I'll do export async function, and I'm going to do this one as verify auth, and I'm going to pass the token. So that token I'm going to get, and I'm going to simply first check if this token is not present, so definitely user is not authenticated, so we are going to return a null. Okay, and then after this I'm going to do a try. So I'll do const, we'll get something from where, so I'm going to use await, and I'm going to use JWT verify from JAWS package, and here I'm going to pass the token, and here we're going to pass new text encoder dot encode, and you need to pass the this JWT secret. So I'll do JWT secret key. Okay, now this will give you we need to get the payload from here. Now this will give you your payload back, right? And in the catch block, in the catch I'm going to just return null, and also I'm going to log this error. So I'll do error, and this will be error fetching token. So let's save it. Now what you're going to simply return, so here I'm going to return two things. So I need the user ID, So this user ID will be my payload dot user ID. Also I'm going to return the email, which will be payload dot email. Also I want to do one more thing, and that is if I go to this login action, right? So here you can see that what we are doing, we are creating this token using user ID and email. And let's do, I will take a username also, right? So I'll take a username. So this will be my user dot. Now here you remember we have this name. So this user dot name I'm going to pass. Now this is coming from this model. So we are having this name, right? So I'm also going to store this username here, so that we are going to get here also in our auth. So I'm going to return this username, and this will be my payload dot username. So these three things I'm going to return. Now let's save it, and now let's go to our middleware. So the first thing here, so the config will be same. Now I'm going to we need to create, so do const arcjet middleware. So I'm going to use this, right? And after this I'm going to create export async function, and I'm going to do a middleware. So this will give us a request. Now here the first thing, we need to create or get our response from this Arcjet middleware, right? So I'm going to take a variable, and I'm going to go do this one as Arcjet, and let's do this one as response. So this will be await. So I'm going to call this middleware, and I'm going to pass this request. Now after this, what we are going to do, so we need to create a custom response here. So I'm going to do a let response, and I'm going to call next response dot next. Now after this, we need to get all or write all the protected routes. So this will be my protected routes list. Now you can modify all of this if your project is very complex, so you will be having more routes. So for now I want to take protected routes, and for now I'll be having only the home page, right? And later I'm going to incrementally add all of these here. Now I'm going to simply check const is protected route, means currently if we are checking or refreshing any protected route or not. So I'm going to do protected routes dot sum, and here I'm going to take the route. So we're going to check request that we are having dot next URL dot path name. If this is equal to route, which is this route that we are having, the current route, right? Or I'm going to do request dot next URL dot path name dot starts with, and here I'm going to do route plus pass the slash. So if this is the case, then this will be a protected route. Now if the protected route is if protected route is true, so what we're going to do, first we'll be getting our token. So I'll do const token await. So I'll do cookies dot get, we'll do token dot value. Okay, and now I need to get the current user, right? So how I'm going to get the current user? So in the auth.js here I have created this method, so I'm going to pass it. So to const user, and this will be if this token is present. So I'll do await, and I'll do verify auth, pass this token, or else this will be null simply. And now after this, what we are going to do, if this user is not present, that means we need to, what we need to do, right? Here one very interesting thing is that if the user is not present and you are currently already in the login page, so there can be an infinite loop, right? So what we are going to do, we need to do something. So what we are going to do, simply first I'm going to check here if this request dot next URL dot path name, if this is not equal to login, so first I'll do const login URL. So I'll do new, I'll create a URL, I'll pass the login here, and then I'm going to pass our request dot URL, and now I'm going to simply do login URL dot search params dot set, and here I'm going to do a from, and I'm going to pass request dot next URL dot path name, and I'm going to simply do response will be equal to next response dot redirect. So I'm going to redirect the user to the login URL. So this is the URL that we have created, right? So if the user is not in the login page, we need to redirect the user to the login page, right? Because user is not authenticated. Simple. Now once all of this is done, now here what we are going to do simply, so after this we are going to merge our Arcjet response, right? This header with our response. So here I'm going to simply do if this Arcjet response is true, and if this Arcjet response dot headers, if this is true, so I'm simply do Arcjet response dot headers dot for each. So we'll do value key, and here simply I'll do response dot headers dot set. So I'll set the key and I pass the value, right? And at the end, what you're going to do, we'll check if this Arcjet response and Arcjet response dot status, if this is not 200, so we are going to return the Arcjet response. So that means if Arcjet explicitly denies the request, right, so we need to use the response, so we are returning this response, and at the end we are going to return our custom response, which is this response that we have created. All right, so now with this config also we are having, so let's copy it from here, and I think this is in the correct place. I think this is fine. All right, I think with this is done. I think we are getting some error in some place. Oh sorry, this will be triple. Now let's save it, and now we need to see what is happening here, right? The first thing, we already have a token, so let me just refresh this page. Okay, we are still in the login page, so there might be some problem. Let me go to this page. Okay, we are still able to go here. I think then there might be something wrong here. Let me just check. So we are checking if is protected route is fine. If it is a protected route, we are getting the token, we are getting the user information. If not equal to user, request.next URL.path name, if this is not login, so we are creating the login URL, which is correct, and this line is also correct. Response is redirect to login URL. Okay, let me just do one thing. I'll just delete this token and I want to see what is happening. Refresh this. Okay, this value it is not getting. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, the reason is because we have to give here this. Now let's see. Okay, it's going to the login page, but the problem is, okay, now we'll not be able to see this page, right? If you refresh this, see it's going to the login page. But now if I try to, let's say, give my email and then 1 2 3 4 5 6, try to log in. So going to this page, but if I try to go to the login page again, it is still in the login page. So this part we need to check. Okay, let me check what is the problem that we are doing here. I don't think there is any problem. Oh, okay, let's do one thing. We are going to do this one in a, I think that makes sense also. So we'll go to the login page, right? Go to login page and the register page, and this will be very, very simpler. You also will be able to understand. Here what we can do, right? First we'll make this one as async, and then I'm going to get the token. So we'll do const token. So we'll do await cookies dot get, and I'm going to get the token, and I'm going to check the value, right? So I'll do dot value, and I'm going to check if this token is present. So I'm going to just do a redirect the user to home page, and the same thing we can do in the register page also, right? So let's go to the register page. So let me refresh this page. I think there is no infinite loop, right? Yeah, I think this is working fine. So now let's try to go to the login page. See, it is in this page only. Awesome. Also, same thing we need to do in the register page also. So go to register page, paste it here, and convert this one to async, import the cookies and also the redirect, save this, and now if I try to go to register page, it will be in this page only. You'll not be able to see. Try to go to the login, it will be in this page only. But if I, the moment I'll just go to application and I'll delete the token, now try to refresh this, it will be in the login page, and also you'll be able to see the register page also, and this is working fine. So now I'm going to just again try login, and I'll give a wrong email. Try to login, you're getting valid MX records, means Arcjet is also working fine. That is, I just want to show you, and I'll give here gmail.com 123456 login, and it's going to this page. I'm going to save this also, so it's working fine. So with this we have completed our register and login functionality. Next thing what we are going to do, right, first I'm going to implement the header, then we will be creating our main pages. So we'll be having the main home page, the blog create page, and also the blog blog details page. So all the page we are going to create, and after that we'll start working on the blog create functionality. Alright everyone, so first let's start with implementing the header. So let's go to our header component, and then first we will create our layout. So I'm going to remove this, and we'll take a header. Let's take a class name. So I'm going to do this one as fixed. We'll do a top of 0, we'll do left as 0, right as 0, background I'm going to do as white, and I'll do a z index of 50. Awesome. After this I'm going to take a div. I'll do a class name, so I'll do a border as bottom, and inside this I'll take another div, and I'll do a class name. I'll do max width, we'll do 7 XL, mx auto, px of 4, sm we are going to do px of 6, and for large I'm going to do px of 8. Now inside this I'm going to take one more div, and we'll do a class name. We'll do flex, justify as between, so you need both the sides, and then we'll do item as center, and height I'm going to do 16. Alright, so inside this we'll take one more div. We'll do a class name, so we'll do flex and item center. Now let's take a h1, and then I'm going to just render a span. We'll take a m, and here I'm going to give a class name. So let's do a text of 2XL. We'll do cursor as pointer. We'll do font as bold. We'll do font serif, and I'll do this one as tracking tighter. For this I'm going to take one more class name, so I'll do bg as black. We'll do text as white. I'll do px of 2, py of 1, and I'm going to do a rounded full. Save this, and let's see what we are getting. So we are not getting this, so the reason is because it's fixed, right? So we need to give some so in the home page you need to give some top, I think, or padding, so that is the reason. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our home page, and quickly we'll give some basic styling on the main wrapper. So we'll go to our I think we are using this page, right? So this is our main page. So I'm going to simply just let's do one thing. Let's return so what we can do, right, we can simply return a let's remove all of this first. I just want to remove this, and we'll keep this one simple. So I'll go to components and I'll create a home, and then I'm going to do this one as index.js, or you can also do home.js, whatever you like. So I'll do index.js only, and then I'm going to just simply create export default function, and I'll do this one as home component, and let's return. So here I'm going to simply return. So let's give some very basic styling. So for now what I'll do, right, I'll do a class name. Also let's make this one as main, and I want to do a max width of 7 pixel. I'll do a max of auto, px of 4. Also I'm going to do a sm px of 6. I'll do for large px of 8, and I'll do a padding top of 20. Inside this I'll just render the home for now. Okay, now let's save it, and let's go to this component, and then simply just return this home component here. Now let's remove this, save it. Now let's see what you're getting here. So you can see that we are getting home here, but we are still not getting any header content, so this part we need to check. So I believe we are already okay. We'll see this on why that is not coming, but before that let's start implementing the header, right? So after the same this span, we are going to take one more span here. Let's take a span, and I'm going to do this one as medium. Now you can give any text you want, it's up to you, and I'm going to give a margin left of 1. So now let's save it. Okay, we need to check why that is not coming. Alright, I know why this is not coming. Interesting. And the reason is because we have given this by default is auth is false, but now we don't have to do this one. Why? Because we already have the token, right? So you can simply check this token now. So we'll do await, and I'll do cookies, and I'm going to do a get, and I want to just take our token, right, and I'll do dot value. So that means if this token is present, so I'm going to do this one as token, and I'll do const user, which will be await, and I'm going to do verify auth, remember, and we're going to pass the token, right? And now I'll check if this user is present, then only I want to display the header, or else for login and register pages I don't want to do that. Now if you save this, right, it should work. Let's see what is happening. Awesome, that's it. So now you are getting medium here. Now let's go back to header component. So after this h1, so we are having this div. Okay, now I want to take one more div. So I want to take a class name. I'll do flex, I'll do item center, and I'll do space x of 4, and inside this I want to take a div, and I'll do a class name. So I'll do a relative, and I want to do hidden, and for medium only I want to make this one as block. Inside this I want to take a input, and let's give this one as placeholder, and I'll do for now as search blogs. Also let's give a class name. So I want to do a padding left of 10, pr of 4, py of 1, width of 64. We'll do rounded full. We'll do bg gray 200. I'll do border of 0. For focus visible, I want to do a ring 1, right? And for focus visible, I want to do a ring, I think let's skip this only. I think this will be fine. Now let's save it. Let's see how it is looking, and based on that we'll change. Okay, also let's make this on 100. It's looking very odd. That's it. All right, so this is fine. So after this input I want to take a search icon, so I'll do import search, and here I want to take a class name, so I'll make this one as absolute. I'll do right of 3. I'll do top 1/2. I'll do this one as transform. I'll do minus translate of y, and I'll do 1/2. I'll do bg gray of 500, height of 4, width of 4, and I'm also going to do cursor as pointer. Save this. So getting this, but I think we have taken some sorry, I think we need to take this one as text gray. Okay, now this is fine. Now after this, what we are going to do, we will take one more button. So after this div, I want to take a button, and I want to take a edit, and I'll do a class name. I'll do height of 6 and width of 6, and let's see how this is looking, right? Also here I want to pass a variant. So variant I want to pass as ghost. I will do size as this will be icon, and for class name I think this is fine. Let's save this. Let's see how this is looking. Based on that we'll change. So this is looking good. Now this is done. Also I also want to take my router, so I'll do const router. Before that we need to convert this one to a client component, so I'll do use client, and I'll do use router, and then simply I'll do on click. Although we don't have the component now, but I'm going to just quickly create this one. So we'll do blog/create, so it will go to the blog create page. Definitely if you click now, this will give you error, right? Because that page is not present. So it's, I don't know what is happening. It's very slow. See, we are getting page not found. That is okay. Now let's do one more thing. Here also I want to take on click, and I want to do router.push. Now again you can use link component also, that is perfectly fine. So I click here, so it is going to the home page, right? So I just want to see if this is working. Yeah, this is working fine. Okay, so now after this, what else we need to take? So I think here we are going to render a logout dialog, right? So that we need to implement. So what we can do, right? Simply after this button, we will take, I think we need to also install the drop down menu. So let me quickly do that. So here I'll just quickly do drop down menu. Okay, now whatever components that you need to incrementally install all of these, right? Because I think this part we haven't done, so we need to install this one. Now again I'm repeating, I usually got so many emails and everything that you are facing some issues related to Tailwind or SideCN. So the reason you can see, you might get this warning, right, if you're using React 19, because some of the packages are not properly comfortable. So that is the reason I will actually highly recommend, for now you can use React 18, which is absolutely fine. So you can manually install the React and React DOM version 18, the latest one, and then you can installing, because you will see that in the later part when you will install some of the packages, there might be some error that you are going to face. Now once this is done, so I'm going to use my drop down menu, and here I'll be having a drop down trigger. So we'll pass as child, and inside this we are going to take a avatar. I think avatar also you need to install. So let me just quickly do that. This also will take some time. Let's wait. Okay, I think this is done. So now let's use this. So we'll import this one, and I'm going to do a class name. So here I'm going to do a height of 8, width of 8, and also I'm going to do a cursor pointer. Now here inside this you can use a avatar image, but for now we don't have, so I'm going to just quickly do a avatar fallback, and I'm going to just pass something like, let's say anything. What we'll do, let's give this one as SN. I'm just giving any name, right? And or let's give this one CN. So this will go into fallback, and then you are going to see this. Now after this I'm going to take my drop down down menu content, and here I'm going to do this one as we'll pass align gn, which will be end, and after this I'm going to take a drop down menu level, and here I'm going to just do a my account, something like that, and after this I'm going to do a drop down menu separator. Okay, and after this we'll just render a drop down menu item. Okay, and here I need to implement my logout button, and we'll give a class name. So here I'm going to do this one as height of 4, width of 4, and also I'm going to take a span, and I'll do this one as logout, but I don't want to show this, so I'll just keep it. So let's take a class name. So I'll do this one as let's keep it. Let's see how this is looking, and based on that we'll change. So now let's save it. Okay, so you can see that we are getting this, but I think let me check if I'm able to get any icon or not, so that we can give some image also here, right? So I'll try to use a avatar image, but let me just quickly check that. Okay, I got one dummy image URL, so that we are going to use. So here we are going to pass a source, and I'm going to pass this one, and let's see how this is looking. Awesome. So I think this is fine. So if I click here, you're getting logout and everything. So now the basic setup of this header is completed and looking pretty decent, right? It's looking good. First, I'm going to implement the logout functionality. It's very, very important, or else whenever we'll try to like check anything, we need to clear the cookies and then test it, right? So better to implement the logout functionality first, and it will be very simple. So go here and let's create a logout.js. So this will be our another action. So now for this one, what you're going to do, simply we'll do export async function, and I'll do logout user action. So just take a simple try catch, right? And here we are going to return, so I'll return an error, and we'll do failed to logout, please try after some time, and I'm going to pass a status of 500, and in the try just simply call await, we'll do cookies, and I'm going to simply do a delete. And what we need to delete, so we need to delete token, and then I'm going to pass a path, and this will be our home page. It's sort of not home page, like the this main route, or basically the slash route. So after this we are going to return a success, and I'm going to do a logged out successful, and then I'm going to also do a status, sorry, we need to do outside, and I'm going to do a status of 200, and this will be very, very simple. That's it. And never remember I always forget this, we need to use this one as use server, or else you will get error. So this is all about the logout action that you need, and this is very simple, as I already told you. Now go to header, and now we have this logout button. Remember this menu item, right? Just take a on click here, and we'll do a handle logout, something like that. So now let's quickly create this. So I'm going to do a async function handle logout. So I'll do const result, and this will be await logout user action. So if result dot success, if this is true, right? So what we're going to do, simply we'll do router dot push, and we'll push the user to login, right? Because they'll be navigating back to the login page. Else we are going to, for now, let's log this error. So I'll just do error and log result dot error. Now let's save it, and we want to see if this is working or not, right? Refresh this page, and now I'm going to just click on logout, and it's going to the login page and try to access this home page. it will be in the login page only. Now I'll try to log in, and if it is successful, so I'll be going to the home page. Awesome. So now this part is completed. So the next thing will be first we'll start working on this blog create page, because that is the first thing we need to do. Once we'll create this page, then we'll be moving to blog this home page and also the blog details page. But before that, we are going to learn quite a few things on this Arcjet, right? So till now, whatever things we have completed how to work with sealed, rate limiting, bot protection, email validation, and sign up form protection. Now we are going to combine multiple things once again, and we are going to see how you can basically prevent users from, like, if they try to put or inject any script while creating any blog, how you can block them after certain time. Those things we are going to learn. So let's start working on the blog creation page from the next section. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the blog creation page, right? So first I will go to my app folder, and here I'm going to create one more page which will be blog, and then I'm going to create one more folder inside this, and this will be create. And let's create our page.js, and let's do export default function, and this will be our create blog page. And here what I'm going to do, right, so let's go to our components. So inside this we'll create a folder, and I'll give this one name as blog, and I'll do this one as create, let's do this one as create blog.js. Now let's create this. So we'll do create blog form, and now here I'm going to return a div. Let's give a class name. So I'm going to do max w7xl, we'll do mx of auto, we'll do px of 4, sm px of 6. I'm not explaining all of this in details or else this will just take more time, and I'll do a padding top of 20. Now inside this what you're going to do, right, so let's take a header, and I want to take a class name. So I'll do flex, I'll do justify as between, I'll do item as center, and margin bottom of 8. Inside this what I want to do, we'll take a other component, and I'll use the same thing that we have used here. So let me just quickly copy this. So let's copy here, paste this, and let's import both, right? And now here what we are going to do, right, we are going to render the username, that which user is currently writing the post. So for that I'll take one more div, and then I'm going to just take a p, and then we are going to render the username. But how we are going to get it? Now to get this one, we can simply go to this component, because this is our page, right? So in this page we are going to use this create blog. So first I'm going to return, and I'm going to return this create blog form component, and I'm going to convert this one to a async, and then I need the token first. So I'll do const token, which will be await cookies dot get, and I'll get the token dot value, and then I'll do const user, and this will be await verify auth, and then I'm going to pass the token, and this user I want to pass in this as a prop. Okay, save this. So now I'm going to receive this in this user, in this component, and now see what will happen if I just do user dot username, because that is the thing that we have actually saved, right? Now here let's save it first, and also I'm going to give a class name. So I'll do font semi bold. Save this, and let's see what is happening. So we'll go here, let's click, and let's see. I think we already have created the blog create page. Okay, you can see that we are getting on the right side, but I want it here. So that means you have done something wrong here that we need to check. Okay, this is fine. Okay, we need to take one more div here. So let's take one more div. I'll do a class name flex, we'll do item as center, and I'll do space x of 4, and then I'll just cut both from here and then paste it here. Save it. So you're getting the name. Okay, So this is fine. Now what else we are going to do? So after this part, right? So here I want to take one button and I will do this one as publish. Let's save it and let's see how this is looking. So getting published, looking decent. So we don't want to do anything else. We'll keep this on simple, and then after this I want to take a main, and inside this I'll be taking a form. Okay, now what we are going to do, right? So here we need to do a couple of things. So the first thing, we need a title. We are going to display a upload image button, and then we'll be having a category, right? And also we are going to implement our rich text editor using the React Quill new package. Okay, one more thing I will discuss later why we are using that. So that we are going to implement. So here, so first inside this form, let's do this. So I'm going to take a controller, and here I will take a name, and this I'm going to make this one as title, right? Also we need to import couple of things, and that is, first let's go to the top and let's import we'll do import star as z from Zod, and I'll create our schema, right? So do const blog post schema. So this will be z dot object. So we'll be having a title which will be j.string, and I want to do a mean of 1, and I want to do title is required. Copy comma, and I'm going to again copy this, paste it, and I want to make this one as content. So this will be content is required. After that I'll copy and paste it, and this will be our category, and this also will be a string, and I'll do category is required. And after this I'll copy this, and here also we are going to do a image, or let's make this one as cover image, and I'll make this one as, let's say, I think let's skip this one, that image is also required, right? All the things. So this will be our schema. Now after this we are going to do a couple of things. Before that also, see, I always forget this, we need to convert this into a client component. This is important. And now I'm going to just take the couple of things. So first I will get from our use form, and here I'm going to pass a resolver, which will be my Zod resolver, and I'm going to pass the blog post schema. So this is the first step. Now after this we are going to pass some default values also. So I'll pass some default values. So I'll do a title as empty, I'll do content as empty, I'll do category as empty. Also I'm going to do a cover image of empty. So here the first thing, we need a control, we need handle submit, we are going to take watch, we'll take a set value, also you're going to take a form state, and here we are going to render the errors. Save this. So now let's first implement all the control. Sorry, we are getting some error. Cannot read property of control. Okay, this we are going to change here. So let's first write. So first we need to pass the control, which will be our control. Then we are going to take the render. So here you need to pass. So we are going to get the field, and here we are going to render a input. So first I'm going to render input component, and here we are going to pass. So we'll destructure this one, spread this, and then I'm going to take a type will be as text, and also I'm going to do a placeholder which will be a title, and here I'm going to do a class name. We'll do a class name. So I'm going to do text for Excel, font as bold, we'll do border none, we'll do outline as none, margin bottom of 4, p of 0, and we'll do focus visible, we'll do ring 0. Save this. and let's see what you're getting. So we are getting the title. Awesome. So now this is fine. Next thing what we're going to do will be having, also I remember that in the previous part we haven't rendered the errors, right? So that we can do. So here what we can do, simply here we can check. So we'll just check if the errors dot title, if this is true. So we are going to render paragraph, and I'll just render the errors dot title dot message, right? And also let's give a class name. So I'm going to do this one as text, small text red 600 maybe, and let's do margin top of 1 or 2. So this is fine. So now after this we need to render our upload button, right? Also let's first render the select here. So for this one what I have done, right, I just created some categories so that we are going to use, and this is these categories that we are having. So I'm going to copy this and then I'll paste it. Let's say let's keep this on here. Okay, so now let's go to after this, and we are going to take another controller. Alright, so now we will take another controller. So let's do, and then I'm going to give a name. So we'll do this one as category. So I'll pass the control as control, and I'm going to render the field, and let's return here. So we are going to return a select. Okay, so now here the first thing we need to take a on change, on value change. So this will be our field dot on change, and value will be field dot value. Now inside this I'm going to take a select trigger, and here we are going to do a class name, so with a full, and inside this I'm going to take a select value, and I'll do a placeholder, and this will be select a category. Alright, so after this we are going to take a select content, and I'm going to render the blog categories dot map. So we'll do the category item, and here I'm going to return select item. So this will be category item dot value, and here I'm going to pass the key. So this will be category item dot key, and value will be category item dot value. No, it will be key. Now let's save this, and let's see what you're getting. Alright, so now we are getting this, and this is working fine. Awesome. So next thing what we are going to do, right, now we are going to implement our upload button functionality. So for that we are going to use upload thing. Now this is a very famous package that we are going to use. So first let's go to the docs, and we need to install a couple of things, right? So let's go here, and I need these two things. So I'm going to copy this, and let's open a terminal, and let's install it. Sorry. Okay, now what I'm going to do right here, the first thing, first we need to import the this upload button component from this upload. Okay, see, there is some error. Now if you noticed the error that you might be getting, see, I already told you, right, that it's using React 19, it's not compatible with that. So I think now it will be better if we install the React version 18, because I'm pretty sure in the later packages also you are going to face the same issue. So for now I'll highly suggest that just install the latest version of React and React DOM. So I'll just quickly do that. So here what I'll do, I'll just paste this. So I'll just want to use the version 18. Okay, so I think it will resolve this, and then after that we are going to install that package. Alright, so let's clear this, and now let's try it. Let's see. So now I think this should work. Let's wait for some time. Okay, now this is fine. Next thing, let's go here. So here what we'll do, right, we'll take one more div and let's give a class name. So I'm going to do this one as flex item as center, and here we are going to import the upload button component from this upload thing React package. Now here we need to do one thing, right? We need to add some custom styling. So for that I already created one style using Tailwind. So I'll provide all the code, right? We'll be able to see it. I just don't want to write all this, so that is the reason. So first thing what I have done, from this upload thing /tw, this is the package for the Tailwind utility. I imported this method and then I just wrap this with our normal Tailwind config that we are having, the default one, and then at the end I added some styling here. You can see that for the UT button. UT button is nothing but this upload thing button that we are going to use. So now what I'll do, right, I'll just copy all of this from here. Again I'm repeating, you'll be getting all of this in the code, right? I'll add in the attachment. So go to a Tailwind config and then just paste it here. Now save it. Now after this we need to do a couple of things, right? So first I want to pass a custom content here. So to pass a custom content, we need to change the button style for this upload thing button, or else the default button will come, and you can see that it's already coming like this. So let's refresh this, and if you want you can change this. Even if I save this, right, see currently you are getting this loading and whatever. If I refresh this, right, you'll be getting this only. So you need to pass that. So I'll just created this. So what you need to do, pass a content. Here you need to pass a content, and then you are going to pass a button, and here you will tell that okay, for this button I want to get a div. First I'll take a div, and here I want to, let's say, import a plus circle icon, and then I want to use a class name. So I'll do height of 4, width of 4, and then I'll do a text of white, and here I want to do a class name. So I'll do flex and I'll do gap of 3, and after this I want to use a span and I'll do add cover image, and let's do a class name of let's do a text of 13px or whatever. So this will be my custom content. Now here I want to pass another prop which is called appearance, right? And here I want to tell that okay, there is a allowed content property that I don't want to show. So here I want to pass a display as none. Okay, now I will pass a class name. So I'll do a margin top of 4, and now you see we have this UT button component that we've created. So I want to give a BG black for UT button, and then we are having the UT it's called the reading when it will be in the ready state. So I want to also give this one as BG as black. Okay, and this is done, and after this I want to use an endpoint, and then I'll be giving this one as image uploader. So let's save all of this. So now you can see that you are getting this, and we are getting text. Let's make this one as 12px. Okay, so now if I refresh this, right, you'll see that you'll be getting this, and on click of that you will be getting all the images that you want to upload. Awesome. So now after this we need to do two things. The first thing, we already added all the environment variables that we need. So now we need to create 2 API routes. So also you'll be able to see in their official documentation also. So go to docs, and then let's say go to this Next.js, right? See what you're going to do, right? We need to go to app, and inside API we need to create this upload thing, and then we need to create a code file, and also we are going to create a route file. So these two things it needs to automatically detect, and then it will implement all the functionalities that whatever we need related to the attachment. So now the first thing, we will go to our app, and then we'll go to our API. We don't have any API folder, so you're going to create an API folder. And now I'm going to create a folder, and I'll give this one name as upload thing. Now we need to create 2 files, right? So one will be our core.js, and the second thing will be route.js. Sorry if you're getting any noise, that's my friends, they're discussing something. So here what we are going to do, so simply first we are going to import something from, so here we upload thing slash next. So and the method is create upload thing. Now after this, what we are going to do, so we'll create a function. Let's create some fn or something, whatever you can give. So I'll just invoke this, and then I'll simply do export const, and I'm going to do our let's give this one as our file router, and this will be equal to, so here we are going to pass a image uploader, right, because that is the endpoint name we have given, and I'm going to call this. So here we are going to pass image property, and I'm going to give a max file size. Let's give this one as 4 MB, and here I'm going to call the middleware. Now here what you can do, right, we'll take async, and we're going to take a request. Now we can simply just take our cookies here. Let's say I'll get the token, and I'll do await, and I'll do cookies dot get, and then I'm going to get the token dot value, and I'll do const. Now this is optional, you can just directly return any value, so I want to do this, so I'll do await, and I'll do verify auth, and I'll pass the token, and let's return this let's say user ID, which will be user dot user ID. Okay, so this is done, and after this what I'll do, will do on upload complete. So I'll do async, and here we'll be getting the metadata, also will be getting the file, and these we are going to just simply just log this, right, so log this, and I'll do just metadata dot user ID, and I also want to log these, let's say file dot URL, because that is the thing we need. So this will be the first thing that we need to do. Okay, now we'll go to our route.js, and here simply we just first import this create route handler. So I'll just do upload thing slash next, and I'm going to do create route handler, and also we are going to import. So first I'll do export const, so we'll do get, so to create route handler. Now we need to pass the route first, so I'll do route, and this will be our file router, and just export this get and post method. That's it. So these two things we need to do, right? Now we'll go to our component. So here what we are going to do, right, so we need to now pass the two methods. So the first one will be on client upload complete, the second one will be if there is any error, that will be on upload error. So these two things we are going to pass. Remember we are passing this endpoint also, right, and the same we are using here. Now what we are going to do, simply we'll do on client, sorry, let me just check, I'm not able to recollect. So it will be something on client upload complete or something like that, right? Let's go to here, and then I'll search for on client upload complete. That's it. So we need this. So on client upload complete, and here we are going to get the response, and then I'm just going to do if response and response of 0, right? And then what we're going to do, simply, so we have the set value property that we are having, right? So here set value means I'm talking about this set value that we are having, this one. So here what we're going to do, simply, so I'll do set value, so I'll pass this one cover image, and then I'm going to do res of 0 dot URL. This is what we need, right? Also I'm going to do a toast, so let me just quickly get it. So I'll do const, this will be use toast, and this will be toast. So I'll just pass here toast, and we are going to do a title, and we are going to do a success, and I'll do description, and I'll do that image uploaded successfully. So this is done, and then we are going to do a on upload error. So let's copy this, and here I'm going to simply copy this part from here, and then I'll just pass it here. So this will be error, and I'm going to do error. So let's do upload failed, and also I'm going to render this error dot message, and this is done. Also let's give a variant as destructive. Save this. Now I think this should work, so I just want to see what is happening, right? We have done quite a few things. Refresh this, and let's go here, go to network, and I want to select, and let's select any image, right? Let's do this one. Just click on open. So let's wait, let's see what is happening here. Still pending. 200, awesome. 200. Oh, it's also showing here image uploaded. So awesome, it's done. It's pretty simple. Also you'll be able to see that in your dashboard. If I go here, right, I already have practiced some of the projects, right? So I already have some images uploaded previously, so you can see that you'll be able to go to files, and you can see that all these. Okay, now what I need to do, so let's go to our component back. Now we need to import another package, and that is called React. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's called React Quill New. So that is for the our text editor. But here one thing you might face some issues, that there is a React Quill package that is very famous, but some error is there in the latest version of React. So I highly recommend you install this package. It's called React Quill, and it's called New. Okay, so this is the new version, because the previous version, the contributor, they are not active. So I think someone created this new version. This is what my research, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm going to use this one only. So enter, and let's install this one. Now once this is done, right, so we are going to use this one. I'm not explaining the UI part, if you notice, because these things takes a lot of time, and our prime objective is to work on this Arcjet security features, right? So that is the reason some of the things I already created, and those inbuilt things, those existing code only I'm going to use. So now what I'm going to do right here, so the first thing we need to import that. So we'll go here, and here what I need to do, I'll do const, and I'll do React Quill, and here I want to use dynamic. So I want to do import, and here I want to import React Quill New, and I want to pass SSR as false. Now after this, also we need to import this package. So it's React Quill New, and here we need to go to dist folder, and then there will be a CSS. So it's called quill.snow.css. So this is second thing that we are going to do. And next, I already created a custom CSS that we are going to use, right? So here I have a custom CSS. You can all get it. I'll add all of this code in the attachment. I'll copy this, and let's go here, and I'm going to create a let's do this one as quill, and what name we can do, we'll do quill custom.css, and I'll paste it here. And this also I'm going to import here. So after this, I'll do import, and I'll do quill custom.css. So this is the first step. Now second, what we are going to do, I will take one state here, and that will be quill loaded set quill loaded, and this will be use state of false. Sometimes you might face some issues, so that is the reason on page mount I just want to make this one as false, nothing so difficult. So I'll take a use effect, and here I will take, and I'll make this set quill loaded as true. That's it. Now let's import this, right? So we'll go here, and after these let me just check. Okay, so after this part I'm going to check if this quill loaded is true, So here I am going to take a controller and I'm going to pass name. So name will be content. Then I'll pass the control, which is control, and I'm going to render. So we'll take a field, same thing again and again, like nothing difficult here, right? Might be thinking I'm doing little fast, so that is the reason, because so many people have actually told me that some of my videos are very long and I'm intentionally doing it. It's not like that. So that is the reason sometimes I will try to do fast, so that this will not be like the video will not be that much long. But sometimes you don't have any options, so you're going to create a ref here. But for now I'm going to pass a theme, which I'll give this one as snow, and here I'm going to pass a modules, right? So you can pass some custom modules, so that also I have created. So here you can see that you can design the toolbar, right? So you can give the header, what are the options that we need, list, properties, color, block code, and those things. So I'm going to just copy from here. So let's I'll paste it here, right? So we are going to use these modules, and then I'm going to pass these modules here. So this will be my custom modules. Then we are going to destructure these fields, and I'll take a on change. So on change, this will give me the content, and I'm going to do field dot on change, and I'm going to pass the content here. Now I'm going to do a placeholder, and this will be like something like write your blog or write your story, whatever you want to do. And also I'm going to do a class name, and I'm going to pass this one as quill editor. Okay, now ref we are going to create. So let's go to the top, and I'm going to create, let's do it here. So I'm going to do const, and I'll do quill ref, which will be use ref and off null. Now these can be helpful in certain things, but currently we are will not be using that much. But I just want to show you that if you want to do certain operation, let's say you want to implement your custom toolbar options, then this ref will be helpful. But for now nothing much here. But now let's save it first. Let's see what we are getting. Like so many things we have done, right? So till now we are not getting anything. Let's refresh this. I think we might be getting some error maybe, but we are not sure. Let's wait for some time. Use memo is not defined, that we need to import. Save this. Okay, we are not getting any. I think it takes some time to load, right? Let's do one thing in this upload here, right? I'm going to do a margin bottom of 4. Save this. Let's do a margin bottom of 6. Awesome. So now I think if I just do all of this should work, right? You can see this is working. Everything is working. Now if you want to create your custom all this toolbar, right, then that ref will be helpful. So now we have implemented all the things, that whatever things we need. So now first thing we are going to write our Arcjet rules for this particular page, and then we are going to create our server action. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's go to our Arcjet file, and we are going to write one more rule, and that will be for our blog post rule. So here what we're going to do, right, we'll do export const, and I'm going to do this one as blog post rules. So we'll take Arcjet, and here I'm going to pass the key. So this will be process.env. The key that we have. Then also we're going to pass the characteristics, which I'm going to pass that ip.source. And now here in the rules, right, I want to keep only 2 rules for now. So here let's take a detect bot, and here I'm going to pass mode as live, and also I'm going to pass the allow, which will be empty array. And also for this one I want to pass a sealed property, which is important because we are going to check if anyone tries to inject any script or anything here, right, while creating the post. So I'm going to give the mode, and this I'm going to keep as live. So now let's save it. So now what you're going to do, right, so let's go to our actions first, and here I'm going to create blog.js. okay, so now we need to start working on this actions for this blog. So first we'll start with our create new blog, right? So here the first thing what we're going to do now, because we can't directly test that if anyone tries to inject on a script or anything, but we are going to do this one in a different way, and I'll show you how we are going to test it. First let's quickly create our this schema, right? So first let's go to our this create blog, and I want to use the exact same thing whatever we have used here. So let's copy this, and also I always forget, before that we need to create our model. So let's create our blog. So I'm going to do this one as blog. Let's give this one name as blog post, maybe blog post.js, and here we need couple of things, right? So the first thing what we're going to do, we'll take const, so I'll do blog post schema, and this will be, so we are going to do new mongoose.schema. So we are going to pass a title, so this will be, type will be a string, and I also I think for now this will be fine. Let's copy this and then paste it here. Then we are having content, which also type will be string. Copy this, then we are having the cover image, so we'll do cover image, which will be type string. Then we are going to have the author of that post, so this will be author, which will be type. So here we are going to use mongoose.schema.types.object_id, and we are going to pass the ref, which will be our user, because this is the user reference that we need. Then let's copy this part, and then I'm going to paste it, and this will be created at, so this will be type as date, and here I'm going to pass a default, which will be date.now. Now after this we also will be having a category, so category type will be string. Next what else will be having, we are also going to have a comments. So here I'm going to create another schema, which will be my comment schema, so that I'm going to create. And next we'll be having our upvotes. So here this will be array, and the type here also will be, so this will be mongoose.schema.types.object_id, and here also I'm going to pass the ref, which will be user. That's it. So now let's quickly create our comment schema, right? So I'll do const, and I'll do comment schema, which will be new mongoose.schema, and here we are going to pass the content, and for this content this will be type as string. Next we are going to have a author, so this also will be the same thing. So let me just copy from here, paste it, and then also we are going to have a created at, which also will be same. So this will be this one, so I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. So now this is completed. What we're going to do, right, we are going to create an index. Now this index will be very, very helpful, that I'm going to discuss later. So I'll do blog post schema dot index, and here I'm going to pass title, and this will be a text. Okay, so for now that's it. And then we are going to do export default. Now you might thinking I'm not explaining all of this. See, there is no point of explaining. This is not a MongoDB or Mongoose tutorial, right? I'm pretty sure if you're doing this is not a simple project, so you should be knowing all of this, or else there is no point of doing, right? First you should know some of the basic things, then only you should come back here. But if you already know all of this, then it will be like piece of cake. It will be very simple. And we'll do model, and then I'm going to do a blog post, because that will be our name, and I'm going to pass the blog post schema. Now the schema is now completed. So what will be our next step? So next we'll go to here. Now let's copy this, because this we need, and we are going to paste it here. And then after this I'm going to create, so also we need to import, so I'll import something from zod, and this will be z, and after this I'm going to create export async function, and I'm going to do here create blog post action, and we'll be getting the data. So the first thing here, we need to get the token also, right? So first I'll get the token here, so I'll do const token, and this will be await cookies dot get, and I'm going to get the token, and I'll do dot value, and then we need the user, so I'll do user. See, these things we have done multiple times, right? Same thing, verify auth and pass this token, so this will give you the user information. Very important, you need to first check if this user is not true, so immediately you need to return that error, right? So we'll do unauthorized unauth user, pass a status of 401. Now we are going to do const, so we'll do validate fields, so this will be blog post schema dot save parse, and we are going to pass the data. Now we are going to check if these validate fields dot success, if this is false, so we are going to return error. So this will be validate fields dot error dot errors of 0 dot message. Save this. Once this is done, then we are going to get couple of things, right? So first we need to get, so the following things, will do validate fields dot data, so we need the title, we need the cover image, we need the content, and also we need the category. So these 4 things we need. Once all of this is done, then we are going to implement our Arcjet first, right? So we need to implement all this, so we'll do catch, and I'm going to return this error, which will be this error. So now first thing what we are going to do here, so let's do const, I'm going to do request, and this will be await, and this will be request, and this we need to import from this Arcjet, right? This is from Arcjet/next package. Now I'm going to do one thing. Remember, I'll show you quickly that how we are going to test it. So if you go to the official doc, right, and just search for this, we'll do x Arcjet. See here. So see, normally you can't directly do or check all of this, right? So you need to somehow test it in a different way. Simulate a suspicious request. How you are going to do it, right? So you see, to see Arcjet sealed in action, what we are going to do, we are going to make a request with a special header, very important, and we'll pass this x Arcjet suspicious to true. What will happen after 5 requests, very important, what it will do, right, this sealed will be triggered and it will block the request. So let's say you are trying to inject a script, after 5 times they will automatically block it, and you'll be getting a reason like you can't do or something suspicious, something like that. So this we are going to implement, but how we are going to do it? So for this one, right, we need to create a API route. So first let's go there, I will show you how we are going to do that. So go to API, and then I'm going to create one more method, folder. I'll do create blog post, and I'll do route.js. Now here, let's quickly create this. We'll do export async, we'll do function, and this will be post. So we'll get the request, so I'll do const body, and this will be await request.json, and then we are going to get the headers first from here, and this will be simply your request dot headers. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to forward these headers to our server action. So I'm going to do const result, and I'll do await, and I'm going to call this create blog post action, remember, and now I'm going to pass the body here, right, and also I'm going to pass the headers. That's it. And then just simply return next response dot json, and I'm going to return the result back. So now it's actually calling this, and it's passing both the body and the headers, right? Now let's save it. Now let's go to your server action. So now here what we are going to do, right? We are getting the request, and now I'm going to get our header list. So I'll do const and I'll do headers list, and this will be how you are going to get the header list. So in Next.js you'll be able to get it very easily, right? So we have this method. So we'll do const header list. What I'm doing, I already have written it. So we'll do await, and we are going to get the headers from next headers. From here we'll be able to get it. And now what we'll do, right, we'll check is suspicious. Sorry if the spelling is wrong, I'm not checking all of this. How we are going to check it? So I'll check header list dot get, and now I'll check that if we are passing this key x Arcjet suspicious, and then we are going to pass it here, and if this is equal to true, right? So if this is true, that means this is a suspicious request. Now I'm going to create const decision, and I'm going to do await, and now we have these blog post rules that we have created in our Arcjet file, right? Remember? So I'm going to do protect, and here I'm going to pass the request, and I'll create a shield here, see? And now I'm going to pass the following things. So I'll do params. So here we are going to pass the title, we'll pass the content, and also we are going to pass this is suspicious. Okay, now once this is done, so then we can simply check that if first we'll check if this decision.is error, means if any error occurred. So simply we are going to return some error, that an error occurred, or else we are going to simply do if this decision dot is denied. So in that case we are going to do what? So first we'll check if this decision dot reason is sealed. We have already discussed that it's a sealed, that means you are doing something suspicious, right? So what we are going to do, simply we are going to return an error, and I'll do input validation failed, potentially malicious content detected, right? It will automatically detect. So this is done. After this, what we are going to do, if we'll check if the decision dot reason, if it's a bot, right? I think this we've already checked, I don't have to discuss. So we are going to return, and I'll do error, and I'll do that bot activity detected. Else we are going to, here let's do one thing, let's return some error, and I'm going to do request denied. So now with this should protect. Once this is done, then we are going to start working on saving this in our database, right? Because this is the Arcjet part. So now I'm going to do await, and I'll do connect to database, and after this, so let's create our post, right? So look, let post equal to new blog post, and here we are going to pass the first, we need to pass the content, sorry, we'll pass the title, we'll pass the content, we'll pass the author. So how we are going to get the author? From this user.user ID, remember? So we'll do user.user ID. Now here also we need to pass the cover image, and also you're going to pass the category, and also you're going to pass the comments. So let me just check what else we are having, right? So comments should be empty. Also you're going to pass these upvotes, which also I'm going to pass as empty. So these things we need. Now we are going to simply do await, and let's do const this one, and I'll do await. So I'll do post dot save. So now this should save the post. Once this is done, we are going to do what? We are going to do a revalidate path. So I'll do revalidate path, and I'm going to path the home page because that is where we are going to redirect, and I'm going to return a success as true, and also I'm going to return the post back. Okay, so now I think this is done. Let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So first, this will definitely not work, so we need to go to create blog, and we need to create our own submit method, so which is this handle submit, right? So here also we are going to do one more thing. We need to use this watch also, right? So if you overwrite, so this we can watch all of these properties that whatever we are having. So I'm going to do const title, right? And this title will be the title that we are having, right? So we'll do watch, and then I'm going to pass the title. Then we are having the category, and this will be watch, this will be category. Then what else we are having? We are having the content, and this will be watch, this will be content. And also what else we are having? We are having one more thing, and that is we'll do const, we are having the cover image, right? So we're going to do watch. Now this is actually optional. If you want to get the values and everything, this is helpful, so you can watch all of this. Before that, we need to do one more thing, and that is how we are going to check that if the user is injecting any wrong content in there while creating the post, right? So we need to create some method. So for that, I already have some dummy patterns. So you see I have some patterns that I'm using. Script, JavaScript, let's say you are trying to inject on load, on click, or some SQL queries, right? So I'm going to use this. So I'll copy this here, and let's do one thing. After this, I'm going to create a method that is suspicious content. So I'm going to take the data as the input, and I'm going to just paste it here. So what you can do, right, simply return. So we'll do the suspicious patterns dot sum pattern, and I'm going to do this pattern dot test and pass this data dot content. So that I'm going to show you that how you are going to check it. So let's save it. So now next we are going to start working on that handle submit. Alright, so let's create our on submit method. Now this is important, right? So we will do it here. So do const, and I'll do on blog submit. So this will be async, and here what we are going to do first, what I'm going to do, right? Let's do a try, and I'm going to take one more state here, and this will be const is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of false, and I'm going to first make this one as true. So I'll do set is loading as true. So in the catch, and then I'm going to take a finally, and I'm going to do set is loading as false. So now here the first thing we need to check if the content is suspicious or not, right? So I'll do const is suspicious data or input, whatever you can give. So I'm going to do is suspicious content, and I'm going to pass the data. So this data I'll be getting here, right? Now after this, what we are going to do simply, so we will check that if we'll do const result. Now which one we need to call instead of calling the server X, and very important, we have created a route, and this will go through this route. So in this route we are calling this server action already with the body and headers, right? So we need to call this route instead of that. Now in a real scenario, definitely you are going to implement in a different way, but this is also not wrong because we need to somehow test it in our local, right? That how it will work. So here I'm going to simply do await, and I'm going to do fetch. So this will go to /API, and then we are having / what is the name, create blog post. So do create blog post, and here I'm going to pass a method which will be definitely post. Now very important guys, okay, so in the headers I'm going to pass a content type which will be application/JSON. Here you need to pass this. Now coming to the main thing, so if you go to this where is that, so this we are going to pass as a header. So this header we are going to pass if this is suspicious input, if this is true, right? So we'll do is suspicious input dot to string. That's it. So now this will give us the results, and then after this what we are going to do, simply just directly do dot then, and I can simply do res and then do res dot JSON, right? So now we are going to simply check if this result dot success, if this is true. So we are going to render the, or let's render a toast. I think toast component we already have, or we don't have. Toast component we already have. Let me keep it below. So after this, now again I'm repeating, this ref is actually optional. This is just to show you can remove this code also. This is not required. Okay, so here I'm going to just take the toast and I'm going to pass a title, and I'm going to do a success, and let's do a description, and I'll do result dot success, and also I'm going to redirect the user to, okay, we don't have the router, so now we need to take the router also. So the const router, and this will be use router. So here I'm going to do router dot push, so I'll go to the home page. Else, it's important, so we need to get the toast. So first we'll do title, and we'll do error. Description, we are going to render result dot error, and also variant we are going to pass as destructive, right? In the catch we are going to copy this and we'll paste it here, and this will be some error occurred. Alright, so now I think this is done. So let's go to this publish button, and here I'm going to do a on click. So I'll do handle submit, and I'll do on blog submit. Okay, this is done. So now what we're going to do, right, we need to do one more thing, and that is I will go here and I'll add a disable property. So I'll do is button disabled. So copy this and let's create this. So do const is button disabled. So this will be if this title that we are having, if this is title is equal to empty. Now this title is nothing but we are checking from this watch, right, this one empty, and if category is empty, or we need to do or, right, if this is empty or category is equal to empty, or we need to do copy this, paste it 2 more times, and we'll do cover image and also the content. So now let's save it, or else I think better will be, I don't want to do like this. Let's do one thing, let's create a function and let's return like this. Okay, if both are empty, so it will be disabled. So here I'm going to just call this, save it, and let's see what is happening here. So now this will be disabled. So now I'll give some value just to show you, and we'll select this. Let's select a image, let's say probably this one. So let's wait for some time. I think once this is done, it will start loading. I think this will take some time. Okay, this is I think completed, and type something. So you can see this button is now enabled, right? But here it is not getting disabled, so this we need to check why is that. So we can log the values, right, and let's see what we are getting in the console. So we're getting some problem here. Okay, let's see the values, right? I'm going to log these, and I'll log the title, category, cover image, and the content. Okay, this value is not getting resetted. I think that is the reason. Or if I just remove this. Okay, so this part we need to check. Okay, we are going to see this on later, but first we need to check if the submit is working or not, right? So what I'm going to do, right, I'll just quickly open some dummy blog content and then I'll paste it here so that we don't have to write. And then we are going to add an image and we are going to publish it and to see if it is working or not. If it is working, it should go to the home page, or else we need to see what is the problem. Also, we are going to do one more thing. We are going to see if this is or if is loading is true. So both the cases we are going to make this one as disabled. So let me just quickly copy any content and then we are going to create a new blog and see. Alright, so I got some website, so let's use this only and we'll see what is happening, right? And I'm going to do first blog added, select a category, add an image. So let's do this one, right? Let's wait. We can also show some loading also, but it's happening first, that's correct. And then I'm going to just copy this and we'll paste it here. Okay, or let's do one thing. I don't want to do like this. Let me just write for now that some dummy content. We'll do some dummy content and I just want to do this and then enter. We'll add 1 2 3 and then let's click open our terminal, go to network. Let's see what is happening. I'll click on submit, right? If there are any error, we'll be getting error. If it's working, then it should work. Okay, still it is pending. Let's see what is happening. Okay, we got 500. There might be some error, so we need to check what is the error now. So let's go there. Okay, in the route we have done, what is the problem? Okay, here we are getting unexpected end of JSON input. Okay, something we are doing wrong. Let me, oh my god, I know what is the problem. So the problem is how it will work. The reason is because we are not passing the data, I believe, right? We are not passing the data. Let's go to our code. I'm guessing that, but I'm not sure. See how it will work. We are not passing the body. Oh my god. So now we are going to do JSON dot stringify. I immediately got it that we are not passing this, so we need to pass the data. So now let's save it and let's see. Let me do it one more time. So I'll copy this, refresh this. Alright, so now let's add some titles. I'll do first blog added. Let's give a category of, let's say this one, artificial intelligence. Let's select one image, so I'll do this one. And for the content, actually I already copied, so I think this is done. And let's paste it, and now let's open our network tab and see what is happening. So go to network and here I'm going to do publish. So it's 200 and it's going to the home page. Awesome. And if you go to this, right, I want to show you one thing, and that is go to headers. See, X Arcjet suspicious, it's false, right? So what will happen if you try to inject is that one 5 times, right? Or after some time you will get some error. Okay, so that we are going to see, but for now this is working fine. So what will be the next step before testing that part, right? So I want to explain the next idea. So next thing will be we are going to create our layout. So we are going to fetch the list of posts here. Okay, and then on the right side we'll be having the categories. So for now we are going to filter the categories in the front end side only, and then on the right side or here in the below section, we are going to, let's say, render the latest post, and on the left side we'll be having the all post. Okay, so first we are going to implement or start working on this. Once we'll implement this, right, on click of this, we'll go to the details page. Now there we are going to implement a rate limiting concept also of Arcjet. So let's start working. So first we'll complete this layout page and then we'll go to the details page. Alright, so now blog creation is working fine. So let's go to our Arcjet configuration once, and I want to add some more properties here. So let's do one thing. Here I want to add a token bucket rule, and here I want to give the mode as live. Also let's give a refill rate of 20. I'm going to do an interval of, let's say, 1 minute, and also I'll do a capacity of 2. Okay, so what will happen, so it is nothing but 20 tokens per minute, and there will be a bucket capacity of 50, right? So now how you are going to do that, so we need to test it in a different way, but this is one of the token bucket algorithm that we are going to use here, or rate limiting. So now let's save this. So we'll go to our blog actions. Now here we are going to create our second action, which will be our get blog post. Okay, so let's create here one more. So I'll do export async function, and I'm going to do this on as get blog posts action. Okay, now here first we are going to get the token. So I'll just copy it directly from here, and then we are going to paste it here. Now after this, if the user is not authenticated, so you're going to return that message. So I'll copy this and then I'll paste it here. Now I'll take a try catch. So in the catch, you're going to simply return error, and let's return like failed to fetch the blogs, please try again. And here now what you're going to do in the try, I'm going to get our request. Now till this point you'll be able to do it by yourself because we have already done it multiple times. So we'll do request. Now I'm going to do const and I'll do decision, and this will be await. So we have blog post rules dot protect. So I'm going to pass the request and I'm going to do a requested. So here I'm going to do a 10. So what will happen, it will consume 10 tokens per request. Okay, so this is the idea. So now I'm going to do if dot decision dot is denied. See, it is very slow. I think it's because of my machine. I think I need to buy something else. So I'll do if decision dot reason dot is rate limit. So if it is exceeded, so we are going to simply return. So we'll do error and I'll do rate limit exceeded, please try after some time, and I'm going to pass a status of 4 to 9. Okay, also the bot one, I think we can already copy it. So I'm going to just copy this and we are going to paste it here, or else we are going to simply return request denied and I'll pass a status of, so this will be here, and I'll pass a status of 403. Let's add this line here also in this create blog post. I think we haven't added, so here. So now this is done. Once this is done, then we are going to do what? So we'll do await connect to database, and now we are going to simply do const. So I'll do posts. This will be await blog post dot find. So we need all the blog posts, right? And now what we're going to do, we'll simply do a sort, and I'll do a created at. So this will be -1, and then I'm going to do a populate. So I want to populate the author name. So I'll do author and this will be name. Now this is already actually we have a relation here, right? In the author you can see. So this will be the name, it will populate. And then what we are going to do, right? We are going to serialize the post. So we'll do serialized posts, and this will be posts dot map. So this will be post, and here we are going to return the following things. So we'll do id. So this will be post dot id dot toString. Okay, let's copy this. After this we are going to do title, and this will be post dot title. Then we are having the content. Now here in this file, right, because we are going to render in the home page, we actually don't need the content. We are going to return the title. We definitely need the cover image, which will be post dot cover image. Also we need the author. So here I need the id. So this will be post dot author dot id dot toString. And then also you need the name, which will be post dot author dot name. Next we will be need the category. So this will be post dot category, and also here we need the created at. So let's copy this, and I'm going to pass the created at, which will be post dot created at dot to ISO string. So this will serialize the post. Then at the end we are going to simply do return. So we'll do success will be true, and posts will be the serialized post, and this is done, right? So now you see that we also have implemented the token bucket rate limiting here, right? We are requesting 10 tokens every request, and then based on that we are going to return this rate limit. So now with this is completed. So now let's go to our home page. So we will go to home page, which is this page, because from this page we are going to calling this home component. So now simply just we'll do async, and in this component what you are going to do, right? So you can directly just call that data. So we'll do const posts, and this will be await, and this will be get blog post action, and then I'm going to pass this post in this component. So now let's go to our home component, and then I'll be getting these posts, and I'm going to log this here, and let's see what is happening, right? So let's open our console. Okay, we are getting this. I know why this is happening. Okay, we need to log in first, but before that I will explain why that is happening. So I'll just log in first. We already got rate limit exceeded. Please try after some time. Okay, let me just refresh this. Let's see what is happening. See, you are getting rate limit exceeded, right? So the reason is, it's awesome, right? The reason is there is a refill rate of 20 we have given. So let's do one thing. For now I'll give this one as dry run, right? So that it will not block, but you actually get the idea, right? So now let's refresh this. Let's see what is happening. So you get post. Okay, we are getting the posts. So I'm going to pass this post from here, right? Instead of passing this. So this will be posts dot post. So now let's see what you're getting. So refresh this. So you're getting posts, and this is the data. So you're getting author, the name is also coming, category, cover image, created a title, ID. Awesome job. So now this is done. So next thing will be what we're going to do. First let's implement our UI, and then after that we are going to start working on the details page. So now let's start working on the home page UI. So we have this home component, we are already getting the posts. Now I'm going to remove this. So after this we'll take another div. So let's take a class name. So we'll do flex, we'll do justify as between item center and margin bottom of 6, and here I'm going to take a age 2 and I'll do all blogs. Now let's give a class name. So I'll do text 3XL, font as bold, and I'll do text gray. Let's make this one as 800. Save this. Let's see what you're getting. So you can see that it's very slow. I don't know why this is happening. Maybe my network is slow or what, I don't know. Okay, now it's reflected. Well, let's make this one 4XL. Okay, now it's working fine. Okay, this is fine. We'll do 4XL only, and then we're going to take a div and we'll do a class name. We'll do a flex, we'll do item as center, and we'll do space x of 2. And here I'm going to do, let's do something like this. So we'll do a span, and I'm going to do a view, and let's take this on a class name. So I'll do text sm, and I'll do text gray. Let's make this one as 500. Now after this I'm going to take, so we're getting this view here. So I'll take a button, and I'm going to do here a layout list. So I'll do a class name. So I'll do height of 4 and width of 4. What is the, okay, this is missing. Now here I'm going to do a variant. This will be host, size will be icon, and also here I want to take one more state. So this is just to is grid view, set is grid view, and this will be use state of false. Okay, so now I'm going to simply do class name. So I'm going to do if it is not grid view, so I'm going to do a bg gray of 100, or else I'll do empty. Let's copy this, and here I'm going to paste it, and this will be layout grid. Okay, so if this is true, so in that case I'm going to make this, it will be opposite. And now I'm going to take on click, and here I'm going to make the set is grid view as false, and for this one I'll make this one as true. So this is done. Now after this, what we're going to do, right, I'm getting some error. Okay, we need to do this, I always forget. So we'll use client. Now let's go to the button. So after this I'm going to take our div. Still getting some error. Okay, I don't know what is happening here. It's very slow. Okay, I think it's getting request timeout. Maybe some problem is there. That's okay. But now here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do a flex. I'll do flex column. For large I'm going to do this one as flex row, and I'll do gap of 8. Then we'll be having the left and right side view, right? So here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do width as full, and for large I'm going to do width as 8 by 12, and inside this we are going to take a div, and then I'm going to take a class name here. So we will do so we'll check if this grid view is true. So in that case I'm going to do grid columns of 1. For MD I'm going to do grid columns of 2 and I'll do gap of 6, or else I'm going to do a space y of let's make this one 6. Okay, save this. Now inside this we are going to check our posts, so we'll check this post and post dot length greater than 0 and so we'll do post dot map, which will be post item, and here what we're going to return, so we're going to return an article, right? So first I'm going to give a key, so which will be post item dot id. Then we're going to take a class name. So here we need to do a couple of things. So first I'll do a cursor pointer. Then we are going to check that if is grid view is true. So here I'm going to do a flex. For grid view I'm going to make a column view, or else I'm going to do a flex and gap of 6. And then after this I'm going to do a background as white. We'll do rounded large. We'll do shadow MD. For hover I'm going to do a shadow large. We'll do transition shadow. I'll do a duration of 300 and I'll do overflow as hidden. Alright, now inside this we are going to take a div, and then I'm going to take a class name. So here also we are going to take that if it is a grid view, so I'm going to do this one as, let's make this one as width as full, height as 48, or else I'm going to do width as 1/3 when it is not grid view and height as full. Okay, and I'm going to make this one as a relative. Now inside this I'm going to take a image, so I'm going to do a source. So the source will be post item dot cover image. Okay, and then we are going to take alt, which will be post item dot title. For class name I'm going to use a width as full, height as full, and I'm going to do object as cover. Okay, so let's see what is happening. We have done quite a few things. Okay, we are getting the image. Awesome. Now if I just change this, see, it's working fine, right? Great. Now after this we are going to do, I think it's slow, maybe my network is little slow. That is the reason it's loading very slow. I don't know what is the reason. Now here I'm going to do a div, and then I'm going to do a class name, and I'm going to do this one as flex as 1, padding of 4, and I'm going to check if it is a grid view, so I'll do empty, or else I will do width as 2/3. Inside this I'll take another div, I'll do a class name, so I'll do flex item center space x of 2 and margin bottom of 2, and inside this I will take a author component. So here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do height as 6, width as 6, and inside this we don't have any image right for now. So what are we going to do, right? So we'll do author image source. Remember we have used this source, right? Let me just search it. We'll use the same for now. So we are going to use the same. So let's paste it here. Oh, sorry. Right, and then also we will be having a we are going to add a fallback. So I'm going to do fallback. So here we are having the post item dot author dot name of 0 or else empty, because that is what we are returning right from here. If you go here, we are returning this author dot name. Alright, so this is done. After this, what you're going to do, we'll take a span, and here I'm going to render the name. So I'll just copy this and paste it here, and in the class name I'll use a text as, let's do this one as 16px. I'll do font medium, and I'll do text gray. Let's do 700. Let's see how this is looking and what is happening here. Okay, awesome. After this, what you're going to do, right? So let's take one h3, and I'm going to render post item dot title, and here we are going to take a class name, and I'm going to do this one as text excel, font as bold, margin bottom of 2, text gray as 800, and I'll do a line clamp 2. Let's see, so you're getting this. Alright, so after this, what else you can do? Let's render, we are going to render the this date also. So here let's do one thing. Let's take a span, and then I'm going to just render the new date of post item dot created at, right? And then I'm going to do to local date string, right? So let's save this. Let's see how this is looking. So you can see that it's looking pretty good. So now we have created our this view. So now this is done. So after this, what we are going to do, right? So let's go to here after 2, maybe let me check. Yes, so after this we are going to implement the right side view. So here we are going to take class name, so we'll do width as full, and for large I'm going to do width as 4 divided by 12. Why? Because we have taken 8 divided by 12 here, right? So 12 grid. And then I'm going to do a div. Let's do a class name. So I'm going to do a sticky, and we're going to do a top as 32, and we'll do space y of 8, and inside this I am going to take one more div, and we'll do a class name. So we'll do a shadow md, padding of 6, and I'll do a rounded large. Alright, so inside this we're going to take a h3, and I'll do recommended topics or category. Okay, and now let's do one thing. I think let's go to the create blog page, right? And I want to do something, that is I want to just cut it from here, this thing, go to this leave, and then create a utils.js, or let's do config.js, and then just pass it here. Save this, and then I want to use it in our where is that, this blog categories, so that we don't have to write. So now we can go to our home page. Yeah, this is the place. So after this we are going to take a class name here also for this. So we'll do a font as bold, we'll do text gray 800, we'll do margin bottom of 4, and I'll do text as Excel. Now after this we are going to take one more div, and we'll do a class name. So we are going to do a flex wrap gap of 2, and just simply map this, right? So do block categories dot map item. So we are going to take a button and just render the item, or let's do this one as category. Okay, and here I'm going to do a key which will be category item dot key. Sorry, we need to render the value, so do value. And here what we're going to do, we'll do a variant as outline, and size I'm going to do as small. Now let's take a class name also. So we'll do rounded full, text small, font medium, we'll do bg gray 200. For hover also we'll do bg gray 300. We'll do border as none, and we'll do transition colors, and I'll do a duration of 200. Save this and let's see how this is looking, and based on that we'll change. Okay, it's breaking, that means something is wrong. Okay, see, it's loading sometime, and this is looking pretty cool, right? It's looking good. See, it's looking very clean. So now this is completed. So what will be the next step? So next we are going to render some of the latest blocks. Now this is also optional. If you want, you can do it. So let's do it after this. So I'm going to do a div and do a class name. So we'll do a rounded large. We'll do shadow MD, and we'll do padding of 6. Now here I'm going to do H3, and let's use the same style. Copy this, and I'll do latest blogs. Alright, so after these we are going to take a div, we'll do class name, space y of 4, and here we are going to again map it. So we will, okay, let's write it. So we'll do posts, and then posts dot length greater than 0, and then posts, let's do a slice of maybe 0 to 4 dot map, and here we are going to do post item, and now I'm going to return a div here. Now what you're going to do, right, I want to use this almost similar thing. So let's do one thing, let's expand this and let's copy this part from here. Now I want to change some of the things, so I'll paste it, and here what we are going to do, right, let's make this one little large, and for this div also I want to give some styling. So I'll do flex, I'll do item start, I'll do space x of 4, I'll do cursor pointer. For hover I'm going to do vg gray of 50, padding of 3, rounded large, transition colors, and I'll do a duration of 200. Now after this what we're going to do, we'll simply take another div. So we'll take a class name, so we'll do flex as 1, and I'll do space y of we are going to do 1, and inside this I'm going to take a h4, and I'm going to render the post item dot title. Let's give a class name, so we'll do font as medium, I'll do line clamp of 2, and text gray of 800. Alright, and then what else, you can see, okay, we are getting some error. Okay, that is something different, so this we are getting. Now after this I want to take one more div, so let's take a class name. So we are doing flex item start, space x of 2, text xs, and text gray of 500, and here I want to render, so I'll do span, so I'll do post item dot author dot name, and then let's copy this, paste it, and then I want to render the date part, so let's copy it from here and let's paste it here. So let's save it. Let's see how this is looking. Based on that we'll change. Okay, this is looking pretty small, so I'm going to give a class name. So I'll do a text of, let's make 12px, and here, oh, that is the reason we have to give a span here. Okay, and then I'll copy this. I'll do text as black and margin left of let's do a 1. And also let's make this on 12 only. I'll make this one as let's do this on font bold, and for I'll make font as bold. Okay, I think this is pretty cool. Let's make this on 16. Now bold is not looking good. Let's make this on bold, and let's make this on medium. Okay, I think this is fine. So now with this the structure is completed. So let's go to our add page once. So I'll do second blog added, select programming, add another image. Let's do which one? We'll do this one. Let's wait. Now I want to, let's copy some. Alright, so I'll just copy some content from here, right? So let's copy this part and then let's go and paste it here, and let's try to do publish. Okay, we are getting an error. Why is that? Unable to validate request details, missing property requested value. Oh, okay, I got it. So because if you remember, right, we have added this token bucket rate limiting, so we need to pass this requested property for this create blog post action also. So where you are passing this sealed, right? So here you need to pass this also. So we'll pass this requested, and this will be 10. Now let's save it, and let's try to add now one more time. So let's do publish. Let's see what is happening. Okay, still we are getting, let me just refresh this page. I think this should work now. So I'll do here second blog added. Let's do programming, add the same image. So I think it's in progress now. I think it's done, and let's save and let's do publish. Image is uploaded successful, and then you are getting this one, but we are getting some error, and that is I think key prop homepage 111. Okay, I got it. Where is that? So here we need to pass a key also, right? So we'll pass this key. So this will be post item dot id. So now I think this is working fine, right? So you're getting all of this. So this page UI is also looking very clean. Now on click of this also you can see the grid view is also working fine, right? So it's working fine. So now what we're going to do, simply let's do one thing. Let's add one more here. So I'll do new blog added. Let's do a different category. Let's add another image, maybe probably this one, and in the meantime I'll just copy something else. Let's copy from here to this part. Image is uploaded, and paste it, and then let's do a publish. Success, and it's going to this page, and we are getting new blog added, and here also it is updated. awesome job. So now this is working fine and this is also looking very good. So next thing what you're going to do, on click of this, it will go to the details page, and then let's quickly implement the details page UI, and then we're going to implement the comment functionality and the upvote functionality both. Alright everyone, so now first let's working on the blog details action, because we need to create it, right? So we'll go here and let's quickly create one more method. So we'll do export async function, and I'll do get blog post by ID action. So here we are going to get the ID. Now again, I don't want to write the same thing again and again, so let's copy this part and I'll pass it here, and then we'll do a try catch, and here we are going to simply return the error. Okay, and then inside try, so here also we will be doing the same thing, right? Because we are going to do a request and passing this let's say for the details one we are going to pass only 5 tokens instead of 10, so we'll do this one as 5. Okay, and after this again it is the same thing, so we're not going to write, so we are going to check if it is denied or if it's a bot, so we're going to return the corresponding errors. So I'll just copy this part, copy till this part, and then I'm going to paste it here. So there is nothing difference here. At the end we are facing the list of post or the single post. Now I'm going to do const post, and we are going to do await, and I'll do blog post, we'll do find one, and here we are going to do ID, which will be my ID. So this ID I'll be getting here, and here what I'm going to do, right? So I need to populate the author and I want to populate the name. So now here I just want to return, so success will be here true, and post I just want to return, let's do a JSON dot stringify, and I want to do this post. This will be pretty simple. So now let's save it, and this is done. So now what will be the next step? So next step we will go to our app blog, and then I'm going to create a slug component, slug or ID, whatever you can give. I'll give this one as slug. So this is our details, right? And I'm going to do page.js. So now I'm going to do export default async function, and I'll do blog details page. So here we are going to get the params. This is a normal Next.js concept, and then what we'll get the slug. So we'll get slug from where? From the params, right? So we'll do await params, and then we are going to simply do const post, we'll do blog post details, and this will be await, and we'll do get blog by post action, and here we're going to pass the slug. So this is done, and then I'm going to do simply do if this result, or sorry, if this blog post details dot error, so if there are any error occurred, so we're going to return a not found page. Now what we're going to do, simply do const, so from here we are returning the post, right? So let's make this on data. I think this is pretty convenient, right? So I'll do data, and then I'll get the post from our data, and now what I want to do, I'll simply return, so let's return a suspense, and here I want to create another component. So let's go to our components blog, and I'll do a blog details.js. So let's do blog details, and I want to return a div, and this will be my blog details page. Okay, also we need to make this one as a client component. So now I'll simply call this, so do blog details, and here I want to pass this post, single post, right, which I'll do JSON dot parse, and I'm going to pass the post here. And also we need to return a fallback, so I'll do a fallback, and let's create a fallback component. Copy this and simply create this function. So I'm going to return, so for now I'll just return a loading, something like that. So I'll do loading, and I think this is done. So this is all we need. So now what we'll do, right, we'll go to our this page, and then we are rendering this article, right, list of post. So now what I'll do, simply I'll do on click, so this will go to router. Okay, we need to take router here also, so we'll do const router will be use router, and now I just want to do router dot push, so it will go to /blog, and this will be post item dot id, so it will go to the single component, right, so on click of this. Similarly you can also do the same thing here, so here also you can do the same thing. Save this. Now I'll go to blog details, and now if you remember, we are passing this post, right, from this component, so we'll be receiving this post in this blog details, and then I'm going to just log this, and we'll see what you're getting. Post in blog details page. Save it, and now let's see. Go to console, and now I'm going to just click here. So I think it will take some time because it's building for the first time, but let's see what is happening if it is go to that page. And you can see that we are getting the data. So you're getting author, category, comments, content, cover image, created a title, and upvotes, all the data we are getting, right? So now this will be pretty simple, so we can simply create this component, right? So let's start working on that. So now here we are going to do a class name, so do max w 7xl, we'll do font as bold and margin bottom of 4. Now here let's cut it, so we'll take a header, so let's do a margin bottom of 8, and now I'm going to do a h1, and I'll do simply this post dot title, so I'll do a class name, and I want to do a text of 4xl, font as bold and margin bottom of 4. Okay, let's save it. Let's see what you're getting. So let's refresh this. Okay, this is interesting, we are not getting anything. Okay, I got it. So here we need to do sorry, I think I've done some mistake here. So we'll do max w7xl, we'll do mx of auto, we need to do px of 4, we need to give some space, we'll do smfx of 6, and for large I'll do px of 8, and we'll do pt of 20. Save it. So now we are getting, right, so it's a fixed, right, so that is the reason. So now after this h1, let's go to our, I'll close everything, so many files we have opened. Let's go to our home page, and here we are logging doing this, right, so let's copy this. Oh sorry, I also have given wrong spelling here, so you guys please change this one, right, the spelling is wrong. So here I'll take a div, I'll do a class name, so I'll do flex, we'll do item as center, I'll do space x of 4, and then paste it. So here I'll import this one, we'll import this, and also this will be post. So let's save it and let's see what you're getting. Oh sorry, we'll do name. So you're getting this. Alright, so this is done. So after this, what you're going to do, okay, we are not getting the name. Let me see how we are getting this. In the network console, we're getting author.name, post.author.name. This is correct, right? Oh sorry, I think we need to render it after this. That is the reason. So I'll do div, and here I'm going to take a paragraph and I'll just render this. That is the fallback one. And here I'll do a take class name. I'll do text 3XL, font as medium. Let's do Excel. Okay. Now after this, what we're going to do, we'll be having, I'll take a div, and here I'll take a class name. So I'll do flex, I'll do justify as between item center and margin y of 8, and here I'm going to take one more div. So I'll do a class name, I'll do flex space x of 4, and I'm going to do a so for now here I just want to render display how many comments we are having. So I'll do button, and here I'll do a variant size, I will do small, and what else? So here I'm going to render a message circle icon, and let's give a class name. So I'll do height of 5, width of 5, margin right is not required, I think this is fine. And here I'm going to just render the post dot, so we'll be having the comments, right? So the post dot comments dot length, save it. So now let's see what you're getting. So getting this, let's make this a little, let's do 8 and let's see how this is looking. Okay, I think this is correct. And after this, what we're going to do, so header is done. So now we'll be having the image, right? So we'll simply do if this post dot cover image. So we are going to render image. So I'll do source, and I'll do post dot cover image, and also we're going to do a class name. So I'll do width as full, height let's make this on 96, object cover rounded large, and margin bottom of 8. Okay, so now this should render the image here. Awesome. Okay, and next what we are going to do, so after this we'll take article, and here I'll take a class name. I'll do a prose, and also I'm going to do a large prose Excel, and here after this I'm going to take a div, and I'll do a dangerously set inner HTML, and we can also pre-close this one, right? And I'm going to render the we need to render the HTML, right? So we'll do HTML, which will be our post dot content. So we are getting this fine, and then we are going to render our comment, right? So we'll just keep a section for comment form, and at the end we also need to render the comments. So here I'll take, so let's do a div. So we'll do a class name, so I'll do margin y of 8, and inside this I'll take h3 and I'll do this one as comments, and then I'll do post dot comments dot length. Let's do a class name, text excel font bold, and also I'm going to do margin bottom of 4. Now after this I'm going to just do a we'll do post dot comments dot map. So here we are going to do comment. Now let's return a div. So we'll do a key which will be comment dot id, so we'll be getting the id, and also we are going to do I think we'll not be getting id, let's use the index here. So we'll do index, and here I'm going to do a class name, so we'll do border as bottom and py of 4. Now inside this what I'm going to do, right, so I'll take a div, and here we will take a class name, so we'll do flex item center space x of 2 and margin bottom of 2. Now inside this what we are going to do simply, so let's take a avatar, and I'll just render a avatar fallback, and we'll be having the comment dot author, and we'll render the first letter. After this you're going to take a p, and I'm going to render the comment dot author. Okay, and here I'm going to pass class name which will be font medium. Currently we don't have any comment functionality, that is fine, that we are going to do. And then once this is done, so after this we are going to also take a p, and then I'm going to render the comment dot content. So let's save this. So currently we don't have anything, you can see we are getting some error. Okay, that is a different error. So comments we are having now 0, which is fine. So now if I go to the home page, and let's say I'll come back and click on this blog, let's see what is happening. So you're getting the data here. Okay, and this is working fine, everything. So let's go to this page again, and now let's click here. So you're getting all of this. So now the second thing will be, we are going to start working on this comment functionality first. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so we'll start working on the comments functionality, right? So first we are going to add the rule. So let's go here, and then I'm going to add one more rule. So I'll do export const, and let's make this one as comment rules, and here I'm going to do call this Arcjet, and then we are going to just copy from here. So we're going to pass the key, and in the rules, so we'll do rules, and here we are going to simply do the bot detection. We also will keep the shield as live, and also we are going to use the token bucket only. Okay, and now I'm going to make this one as live only, and let's do a 20, this will be 1 and capacity of 2 for now, but because we'll be doing some testing, so first for now let's do this one as dry run, and later I'm going to change this. So this is the first step. Now let's go here, and then what I'm going to do, right, so this is our details component. So first we have the comment section we have given here. So here I'm going to create a form first, and inside this we also need to, I think, install the text area. So let me just quickly do that. Here, so we have text area. Okay, I think this is added. So now let's import this. So I'm going to import text area, and here first I'll do a placeholder, and I'll do add a comment. I'll do a class name, so I'll do width as full, margin bottom of 4, and I'm going to do a rows of 4. Alright, so this is done. Now next thing what we're going to do, right, so let's go to our schema. So here, so I'm doing continuous coding, right, so sometime my mind will not work, guys. Okay, so this we are going to import, and then we are going to do const schema. So and then I'll do dot object, and here the first thing we are going to do, right, will pass a content. So content will be z.string, and then we are going to do, sorry, this will be dot string, and this will be dot min, and I'm going to do 1, and I'll do comment is required. So now the time is almost 5 AM in the morning, India time. Okay, and I'm doing continuous whole night. Now it is comment, sorry, which place is that? This place, right? So now we are going to do a couple of things. So first thing, I'll take one state. So this will be is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of false. And then we're going to get the following things, right, and these things are very repetitive, so that is the reason I'm doing little first. And here we are going to call our resolver, which will be Zod, and here I'm going to pass the schema. Now we'll get register, handle submit, also you're going to get a reset, and also I'll do a form state, and then we are going to render that. But for now I'll just remove this. Okay, I'm not going to do that. You can implement if you want this part. This we have already done. Now here what we are going to do simply, so I'll do register, and here I'm going to pass the content. Now let's save this. Now after this I'm going to take a button, and I'm going to do this one as submit comment. So the type will be submit, and disabled will be when this is loading will be true. So this is done, and now I'll take on submit, and I'll do handle submit, and I'll do on comment submit. So let's create this. So we'll do async function, and then I'm going to save this. So now let's go to this page and let's see what is happening. So we're getting add comment here, and this is fine. So now what we're going to do simply, so first as usual we're going to make the set is loading as true. So we'll take a try catch, and then finally I'm going to do set is loading as false. So this is the second step. Now what we're going to do, right, we will go to our actions, and I'm going to create one more action instead of doing this one in one file. So I'll do blog interaction.js. Now here we are going to create our action, right? So the first thing what we are going to do, let's go to our details page, and I'm going to just copy this, and I'll do this one as comment schema, and let's import from Zod, and let's create our first action, which will be export async function, and I'm going to do this one as add comment action. So now we are going to get the data, and then I'll just not rewrite same thing. Let's copy this from this place because it will be exactly same. So first we need this, copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So we'll import cookies, we'll import this, and then we are going to return this, right, if the user is not authenticated. And then we are going to do the same thing again and again. So let me just go to the top, and we need this. Copy this, and we're going to paste it here. So this will be comment schema, and then we're going to return this. And then what we need, right, we need two things. One more thing we need to do, and that is we also need to get the post ID here. So I also need the post ID. So this will be z.string.min, and this will be post ID is required. So here I'm going to get from this validation fields.data that I need the post ID, and also I need the content. So these two things I need. Now as usual, after this we are going to take a try catch, and here I'm going to return error that some error occurred. And in the try, first we are going to implement our Arcjet configuration, right, or the validation. So I'll do const, and I'm going to do request, and this will be await request. And remember, these we need to import from Arcjet/next package, right? So after this we're going to do a decision, and this will be what? So we'll do await, and we have created our comment rules, remember? And here we are going to pass the request. And now I'm going to do a, because we're using token bucket, right, so we'll do a requested, and I'll request 1. Okay, so now what we're going to do simply, so let's go to this component, this action, and then we are going to do the same thing. So you're requesting here also, and then we are checking if it is denied, if it is rate limit exceeded, or if it's a bot. So we're going to return the same logic. So I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it here. So it's the same thing. Okay, now once this is done, then we are going to connect to our database. We'll do await connect to database, and here what we're going to do, first we need to get our current post. So we'll do const post. So this will be await blog post dot find by id, and we're going to pass our post id, right? And then we are going to do if this, so if this post is not present, so we are going to return an error that blog post not found. Now here we are going to check if this post dot comments is not present, so we'll do post dot comments, we'll do empty array, and now I'm going to simply do post dot comments dot push. So here we are going to push the content of that comment, and also we're going to push the author, which will be our user dot user id. Now this user will be getting from this user here, okay, which is that will be getting from our verify auth method. So this will be user dot user id, this will be comma. Okay, so now this is done. Now after this, what we are going to do simply, so we'll do await post dot save, and then we are going to do a revalidate path, and then we are going to revalidate this path. So we'll do blog, and then I'm going to pass this post id, because that is what we are having, right? This is the post id, and this is done. So now we are going to do return success will be true, and message will be comment added successfully. Now let's save this. Now what we are going to do, right, we need to go to our front end. So let's go to our front end, and then we already have created, right? So we have on comment submit. So now in this try block, so what we're going to do, we'll do const result, and this will be await, and we'll do add comment action, and here we'll be getting the data, right? So we are going to destructure the data, and then we are going to pass a post ID. So this post ID will be this post that we are having .id. That's it, right? So now we are going to take our toast, so do const toast, and this will be use toast. So let's pass this toast, and here what I'm going to do, okay, also you need to give this result dot success. If this is true, so we are going to pass a toast, we'll pass a title which will be success, and I'll pass a description which will be comment added successfully, and then we are going to call the reset method because we need to reset the text area. Okay, else we're going to throw new error and pass this result dot error. So in this catch block we can copy this, so we'll pass this error comment added failed, and here we are going to pass a variant which will be destructive. Okay, and I think this should work, but we also need to check what we are getting in this post. So let's save all of this, and let's open our inspect, go to console, refresh this page. We're importing see, always the same thing. So we need to import use server. Okay, so let's save this, and now also let's see if everything else is correct or not. So you're doing this part is correct. We are doing, sorry, I think what spelling I have given, comment. So let's make this on comments, and also let's change this. So I'm going to make this one as comment rules. Also we forget to add protect, right? So we need to give protect here. That is also we have missed. So remove this and save it. Now I think this should work. So let's refresh this. So this is fine. Now what will happen if I add a comment? So that part we need to check. Hello from Sangam. Let's do a submit. It's 200. Awesome. But we are getting the ID here. Okay, this is one thing we need to do. So this part we need to map it, or else what we can do, right? Because we are passing this ID here, we can also pass the name. I think let's keep this on simple. So what we can do, right? Let's go to our blog post and let's add here. We are having author. So let's pass here author name. We can also map it, but I just want to keep it simple. So we'll do author name, which will be a string, and then I'll save this. Now we'll copy this. Now this author name, how we are going to pass it, right? We can easily pass this from, we can go to blog interaction. You can see that we are having this user, right? So this is the current user who is writing the comment. So now we can simply go here, and then what we can do, right? This will be also so we can pass this here. So we'll do author name, and this will be user.username. Remember we have passed the user.username, right? So this one. So now we have author name also. So now let's save it. Alright, so now let's see what is happening, right? So let's open the inspect. Now for you, if it's not working, you can restart the server because there is a change in the Mongo's model, right? So there might be possibility that it will not reflect. So you can restart it, it should. So now let's go to our console and then I'll do hello from Sangam again. To submit comment. So it's added successfully. So having 4. Now let's go to the last one. So you can see that we are getting the author name also. Now this author name we are going to render in the details page. So we'll go here, and then remember we are having these where we are doing that. So we'll do comment.author, right? So instead of that, this will be author name and this will be author name. So for the first two, right, we don't have any author name, so this might break. So in that case, what we can do here, either this, or for now I'm going to give some random value. So I'll do cn, and here I'm going to pass as a Sangam. So now let's save it. Yeah, I know this will break, so this will break here. So here we need to give this. So let's see. So now this should work. Okay, so let's add one more. So add new comment, submit. So it's added. So now if you want to check one thing, let's go to this comment rules, and we have these, right? And here what we need to do, let's say I think this is fine, right? So we have a 1 minute capacity of 2, and I'll add one more, submit. See, comment added failed, right? So it's failing actually, it will not allow. So do one more time, it's failing. So that means what is happening, if you go here, right, it's actually failing. So what we can do, simply we can check what we are getting in this decision. Let me just log this, save it, and let's try to add one more time. Okay, now it's added successfully. Let's add one more time. So it's failing, and let's see what we are getting here. So we are getting a what reason, if you see it's allowing, rate limit reason, it's actually deny. See, if you notice, right, and if you come here, right, so this is what is happening here. So that means this is working fine. So here let me just log it if this is true or not, so we can check. Copy this, save it, and now let's see what is happening. So I'll try to send. It's added. Now let's add one more. So it's failed, and if you just come here, right, so you see this is coming true. Okay, so this is working fine. So now what we are going to do, sorry, this will be status. Okay, so now what we are going to do, simply also let's go to our blog details page. I want to check one more thing. So that is the reason it's not coming. See, we need to do here result, or we need to do e.message. Now let's save it. So that is the reason I was not able to see that message, right? You might be thinking. So let's try to add a comment. See, rate limit exceeded. Awesome, right? Try to add. Here you'll be getting this. So now it's again added because it's actually filling the bucket, right? So it will allow, and then if you try immediately, its rate limit is exceeded. So this is working fine. So now with this we have actually implemented the comment functionality also. So now let's quickly do one more thing, and that is the first thing what we'll do, right? We'll go to the home page, and we are going to implement the search functionality first. So let's do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the search functionality, right? So first we'll start with our Arcjet configuration. So let's create one more. So I'm going to do export const, and this will be search rules. So here we'll use the same thing. So copy the exact thing here, and we are also going to use the same thing here. Okay, so this is the first step. So now we'll go to our blog interactions, and here I'm going to create one more. So this will be export async function, and this will be search posts action, right? So here what are we will be getting, so we are going to receive, so we will be receiving what? Will be receiving the query, correct? So now the first thing, we'll use the same thing whatever you've done here. So let's copy this part, paste it here, and we'll do try catch, and we're going to do return, and I'll return error that some error occurred while search, please try after some time. And here after this what you're going to do, we'll do a try we have already taken. So now we'll do const request, and this will be await request, and here I'm going to do const decision. So here we are going to simply do await, and now we'll call the search rules dot protect, and we are going to pass the request, and I'll pass requested will be 1. So this is done. Now after this what you're going to do, we'll do if. So okay, let's use the same thing, right? There will be no difference. So we are going to use the rate limit and also the bot, the same thing. So we'll copy this and we'll just paste it here. Okay, now after this what we're going to do, simply we'll do await connect to DB, and then we're going to search the posts. So this will be await blog posts dot find, and here we are going to use a text. So we'll use a search query, right? So we'll do search, and we're going to pass the query. Okay, so this is done. And after this also what we're going to do, simply here let's copy this, paste it here. So I'm going to do this on a score, and I'm going to do a meta of this will be text score. Now after this we're going to do a sort. So I'm going to do a score, this will be meta text score, and then we are going to do a limit of 10. Also we are going to populate here the author comma name, and also I'm going to do a lean. Now these all are normal MongoDB concepts, right? And then we'll do execute. That's it. So now let's save it. So this is done. Now after this what we're going to do, simply here we'll do let's simply return the, so we'll do return, and I'll do success as true, and here I'm going to do posts. So we need to serialize the post, right? So directly we can return, so we'll do json.stringify, and we are going to return these posts. That's it. So now let's save it. I think this is done. Now we need to go to our this header component, right? So let's go to this header component. So we'll go to components, and then we're having this header, and also here we are going to, we need to import another component, so that we are going to do. But first let's create our schema. So const, and I'm going to do search schema. So let's import star as z from Zod. So here I need So this will be z.object. So I need the query z.string dot min of 1 comma query is required. So this is the first step. Then we are going to take, so we'll do is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of false, and also we are going to return our results. So we'll do const search results, set search results, and this will be use state of empty. So now what we are going to do, simply after these we also need our toast component. So we'll do const, so we'll do use toast, and we are going to get the toast here. Alright, and then we are going to take, so we'll do use form, and we are going to pass our resolver, which will be zod resolver, and we are going to pass the search schema. So now we'll need the register, we need handle submit. I think these two will be fine. Now once this is done, we are also going to create another method which will be async function on search submit. So now what we are going to do, simply, so let's copy this and let's go here, right? So we are going to do, so this will be what, so we are going to register, right? So first we need to register, and I'm going to register query, and also we need to give a type here which will be text. So now let's save it. So this is done. So now here we need to take on click, so I'm going to call handle submit, and I'll do on search submit. So now let's save it. So now here what we are going to do, simply, so in this method we are going to get the data, right? And data will be our query. So query will be whatever we will be typing here. So now I'm going to do set loading will be true. This is the exact same thing, like we are doing multiple times, same thing. And I'll do a catch of this, and then for finally I'm going to do a set is loading as false. Now once this is done, so we'll do const result, and we'll do await, and we'll do search post action, and here we are going to pass the query. So we'll do data dot query, and then we are going to simply log this, right? And we'll see what we're getting in this result, and we'll see first if this is working or not. So let's save it. So let's open our console, and let's search for new, and let's click here. Some error occurred. Okay, let's see here. I think let's refresh this page. So we'll search for new. We're getting some error, so that we need to check. So we'll come here, let's do one thing, let's log this error. So let's search. I think we're getting this. Okay, rate limit error we are getting. Okay, then we need to do a dry run. That is the reason. So let's go to here, and for now I'm going to make this on a both as dry run. Okay, save it. So now let's see. So I'll just search. may not start with star. Okay, let's see. I think we are doing something wrong, maybe. So let's go here and see what we are doing. Not this place. Here we are doing something wrong for sure, right? So we'll go here and see. So a blog post, sorry, dot find, then we're doing text search query. Oh, see, this will not be there. I think that is the reason. Now this should work. Let's search it. See, to get the result, right? So we need to do a parse here. I think we are doing, so let's do a parse here. I think or we can also serialize, right? That we have done, I think. So let's do one thing. Let's go here, and we have done this part. So let's copy this. We can simply paste it. So we need the ID, title, cover image, author name, created at, and category. I think this is fine. And then let's pass it here. Save this. And now let's enter and see what is happening. So we get the data. So now we are getting posts, and this is working fine, right? And if let's do this on as first, and let's click, so we're getting only one. But if I do a blog, we're getting 3. Awesome. So this is working fine. So now let's go here. So we're going to do if this result dot success, if this is true, so we'll do set search result. So this will be result dot posts. Okay, also what else we are going to do here, we need to do another thing, right? So we are going to do set, sorry, we are also going to do call reset, that we need to get here. So we'll call this reset, and also I'm going to take one more state, and this will be same is set open, set is set open. So this will be use state of false. So here now I'm going to make this one as this will be true, this will be true. Okay, and in the catch we are going to render a toast. First we are going to throw the error, right? So as usual we are doing, so we'll do throw error, and I'll be doing the result dot error. And here we are going to simply do title, which will be error, and description will be error dot e dot message. And here I'm going to also pass a variant as destructive. So this is done. So now let's go here, and then I'm going to import one more component, that is the set component, and then we are going to start working. So we'll be creating some very basic structure. So here at the end, right? So let's go to the end. So after this we are going to render that. So I think this is done. So now let's quickly render. So I'm going to import the set component, and I'm going to do open. So I'll do is I don't know what is happening here. We'll do open, and I'll do is set open. On open change set is set open. Okay, then we're going to simply take the set content, and I'm going to pass a side which I'll be opening on the right side. Also we are going to take a class name. So I'll do width as full, we'll do a SM width as 540px, or SM I'll do max width full. Alright, so inside this I'm going to render a sheet header, and I'm going to render a sheet title. So I'll do search results. Now what you're going to do simply, so here I'm going to do a class name, so I'll do a flex, and I'll do justify between, and we'll do item center. Save this. So now after this, what we are going to do, we are going to take a sheet close, so I'll pass as child, and also we're going to take a button, and let's take a close. Okay, save this. Now the header is done. So after this we are going to take a div, and here I'm going to simply do a class name, margin top of 6, I'm going to do space y of 6. Now here what we're going to do, right, we'll simply check if the search result and search result dot length greater than 0, or else we are going to render no blogs found. And here I'll simply do search results dot map. Now here what I'll do, right, I'll do search result item, and now let's go to our this home page. I don't want to rewrite the same thing, right? So what I'll do, right, I'll simply let's do one thing. Let's copy this from here. Let's copy this part, from here, this article part. I'll copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. Now here we are going to do a couple of changes. So first thing, this will be search result item.id. This also will be same. Now here we don't need this is grid view, right? So what I'll do, right, I'll remove all this. I'll remove this part also, and also this part. Okay, same for this one also. So if it is grid view, or else I'm going to do this, copy this, and I'll remove this, paste it here, and this will be search result item dot cover image, and this will be width as 2x3. Then we are going to copy this. This will be the author name, this will be the title, and this will be the created at. And I think this is done. So now let's save this and let's see what is happening, right? So now I'm going to come here and then search for, let's say, new, click. So we are getting this. I think we have done the opposite. See, we are doing in the grid view, but let's also do one thing. I think it's not looking that good, so we can remove this button component. I think that is not required. So this button is not required in this one, because it will automatically close. And here what I've done, I have done the opposite, right? Or I think it is looking cool. Let's search for blog. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's not looking bad. It's okay. So this is fine. So now if you click here, right, it should go to the details page only. So let's click, and it's going there. Now if you want, once it will click, right, you can also close that also. So let's say I'll do this, and I'll do set is seat open will be false, or also you can do the opposite. First you can close this, so go there. Also this is not resetted, so this part we need to check, but first I'll do new. Let's click enter, click this, so it is going to this page, and this is working fine. Awesome. Let's search for first, click, it's going to this. Now I want to show you one thing. If I go here and make this on live, save this, see what will happen. If you search here, right, click, see, rate limit exceeded already immediately. See, it's working fine. So that is the reason this is also working fine. So that means with this the search is also completed. Now let's move on to the next part. Alright everyone, so now we are going to implement another functionality, and this will be our last functionality, and that is, let's quickly implement a payment integration, right? So we are going to use a PayPal. So what we are going to do, right, we are going to keep this on extremely secure. So here if you go to their official doc, right, and if you see the payment form protection, how this will work. So normally whenever you are doing any credit card transactions, right, so there can be possibility of high risk. So what we can do, we can create a pre-checkout protection, right? So what we are going to do, simply before moving to the PayPal checkout or Stripe checkout, we will be having a simple form, right? And before going to that, they will, or Arcjet will analyze the user request before checkout, and if it is a high risk, so we are going to immediately block the user instead of going to the next page. Next page means, or the next step. So for this one, what we are going to do, if you go to their official doc and let's see some of the examples what they are doing. So here if you see, okay, so we will be passing the following rules, very important. So sealed, we are going to pass bot detection, validate email, and also a sliding window. And then what we are going to do, we are going to check all of these, and at the end if it is successful, then now what we're going to do, let's go to the top. So we're going to return a decision .id, right? And then what we're going to do, if it is successful, then only we are going to return or redirect the user to the PayPal checkout. Now this is one way of doing it, and the same way we are going to implement. Before that, we also need to understand another thing, is that we are going to use the PayPal developer dashboard. So if you don't have any account, create one, and here you'll be going to this app and credentials, and you need to create your dummy app here, and here you'll be getting the client ID and the client secret. Don't share this secret with anyone. Once you'll get both, you can go to your this Postman, and then we are going to create access token. So that I'm going to show you how we are going to do that. But before that, let's go to our home page and let's go to our header component first. So we need to do a couple of things. So go to header. Now here we are already getting, okay, not getting, so let's go to our layout, and here I'm going to pass this user, okay, as a prop to this header component, and this I'm going to use here. And now I'm going to simply check. So we are having this drop down menu, right? So I'm going to simply check if this user, right, is true, and I'm going to check if this premium user.premium is false. So in that case, we are going to render. So let's search for some money or something. Let's see what you're getting. So let's copy this one, probably copy this, and then we'll paste it here, or else we're going to do null, and I'm going to import this, and I'll give a class name. So I'll do width as 6 and height as 6. Let's save it, and let's see what we are getting there. Okay, this is looking a little large, and the reason is because maybe we have given 6 only. Let's copy this one, and then we are going to use this, and inside this I'm going to pass it, and we don't need this one. Okay, so this is fine. So now after this, on click of that, we are going to open a dialog. Okay, so for that, what we're going to do, and I'm going to do something like this. So we'll do const, and we'll do is dialog and I'll do is payment dialog, set is payment dialog, and this will be use state of false, and whenever I'll click this, I'm going to make this one true. Okay, so let's do something like this. So we'll go there and I'll do on click. Oh, sorry. And I'll do set is payment dialog will be true. So this is the first step. Okay, sorry, we need to take this on click. So after this, what we are going to do, right? So now we will be doing, so I think we have already installed the dialog component, right? So let's implement this one. So for this one, what we are going to do simply, so let's minimize this. So we'll take a dialog, and then here I'm going to take a open. So this will be is payment dialog, and on open change will be set is payment dialog. Now after this, we are going to take a dialog content, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do a max height of 600 px, and I'll do overflow of auto. And now I'm going to do something like this. So let's do some we'll do here. First let me just see what is happening, right? So I'll do payment, save this, and let's click here. So getting this. Okay, so it's need a dialog title, that's correct. So that we haven't done, but let's do it. So we'll do dialog title, and we are going to pass it here. So let's click here. This is fine. So now what we are going to do, right? First thing, we will do this concept. So if you see, right, we have a pre-checkout form. So I think this is what they are doing. So if you see, right, they have a something like a input, an email, and then they have a amount. So currently will not give any amount or anything. First we'll keep this on simple. We'll take an input field. I just want to show you the process. And in this input field, we are going to take the email. So what we are going to do, right, once the user will enter the email, if it is successful, then only we are going to display the payment URL, something like that. So here what we are going to do first, so before that also another thing very important, we need to create our payment rules first, right? So let's go to our Arcjet configuration, and I'm going to create one more, and I'm going to do this one as export, and let's do const, and I'll do this one as payment rules, and here we are going to copy this. Now after these rules, I'm going to pass the detect both. I'll pass. Also I'm going to pass what else, let's pass the token bucket only, right? So here we'll pass, or let's see what they're doing. So I think they're doing a sliding window, so I'll just do the same. So I'll copy this from here, and I'll also pass it here, and also you can remove all of this. Free we can remove from here, or else it will block the free also, and we can keep it. So let's save it. So this is done. So now what we are going to do, first I will also show you that which package we are going to use. So for payment, right, we are going to use this PayPal/React PayPal.js. So let me just quickly install this. So I'll do npm install @PayPal/React PayPal.js. Now if you have a React 19 version, this will not work, right? This is not comfortable, so you need to use a version 18, right, for this one, or else you might face some issues here. So now what you're going to do, right, the first thing, we need to get the client ID, and also you're going to pass the currency, that which currency we are using. Now here we'll go to my environment, and I'll use another environment here, and I'll do this one as PayPal. We'll do this one as client ID. So let me go there, and then I'll just use any of the, let's do this blog one. Copy this. I'll just copy the client ID from here, and then we'll paste it here. Okay, let's save it. So after this, what we are going to do, first let's go to our components. I'll create one more, and this will be my payment, and I'll do paypal.js. and here what we are going to do first, so let's create this. So do export default function, and here we are going to do this one as PayPal button. So here the first thing, let's return, so we'll return PayPal script provider, and here we need to pass the options. So I'll just quickly create the options. So we'll do const PayPal options, and this will be, so we need a client ID, also we need a currency. So I'm going to do currency as USD. So now to get the client ID, so you need to go here and copy this client ID, and if you go to environment, I already added this client ID here, and the same I'm going to use. So we'll do process.env.paypal client ID. So here you need to pass this, so we'll pass the options, which will be our PayPal options. So after this, you're going to implement PayPal buttons, and here the first thing you are going to pass, also you can self close this one here. So first I'm going to pass a style. So the layout I'm going to do as vertical. I'm going to do a color as black. I'm going to do shape as rect, and also I'm going to do a label as pay. Now I only want to keep the card payment option, so that is the reason I'll keep the funding source, and I'll keep this one as only card. Okay, and then after this I'll create a method which will be create order, and this will give us the data and the action. So I just simply want to return, so we'll do action, let's make this one actions. So we'll do actions dot order dot create. So here I'm going to return purchase units, and here we'll pass a amount, and you'll pass a value, and this will pass this one, let's say $500 or whatever value you want to pass. Let's keep it like this, and then I'm going to pass a description also, and I'll do premium blog description, and this is done. So now let's save this, and now this one we need to use in our header component. This we are already using here. I just imported this component, this PayPal button. So now let's go here and let's refresh this, and let's see what is happening. So if I click on this, okay, we're getting, okay, it's not loaded, I believe. Let's load this once again. Alright, so now let's click here. Okay, still getting error. I think there might be some problem with this. Not sure if this is problem with this client ID here. Let's refresh this. We'll try to use direct, and we'll see if the issue is coming or not. Okay, this is still coming, but I think this is correct. Only client ID, and then we are having currency, style, everything else is correct. Let me check. Data action.order.create, purchase units, amount, value, description. So if I try to use this directly here, let's see what is happening, right? Save this. Refresh this. See, so there is a problem. So it's coming, right? If you close this and open once again, see, it's coming. Okay, I think this is fine. Now let's click here. Awesome. So you're getting the form, but before that we need to do one thing. We need to protect this, right? So we'll not directly fetch this or show this here. So first there will be email, and first we're going to validate that email, and if that is successful, then only we are going to display this here. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So for this one, let's do, see, this is just to explain you. In a real scenario, your scenario might be different, and based on that you need to implement it. So for this one, what I'm going to do, right, we'll go to our header component, and I'm going to do here like const, and I'll do show PayPal button, set show PayPal button, and this will be use state of false. Okay, and here what I'll do, right, so I'll take and I'll do const, let's do like this. Let's keep this one simple. So I'll give like what I'll do payment email, set payment email, and I'll keep this one as use state of empty. Now what I'll do simply here, right, so where we are rendering this inside dialog here, so first we are going to display that if this show PayPal button, if this is true, then only we are going to render this, or else we'll take a div, I'll take a input, and then we'll be having a button. Okay, and I'll do what I will do, proceed with checkout, right? So basically we are giving two-step process validation, and here I'm going to do, let's pass a value which will be payment email, and also do on change. So here we'll be getting event, and this will be set payment email, which will be event dot target dot value, and also I'm going to give a placeholder, and I'll do this one as enter your email to proceed. Okay, so let's save it. Let's see what we're getting. I think still loading, so let's open this one. So we're getting this is fine. Let's give a class name, so we'll do width as full and margin top of 3. Okay, so once you'll click proceed, then only you'll be able to do it. So now I'll take one click and I'll do handle proceed with checkout. Okay, now I'm going to copy this and create a method here. So I'll do async function handle proceed with checkout. Now here what we're going to do, right, simply, so first we will take a try, we'll do a catch, and here I'm going to do a throw, sorry, not here. So first I will go here and let's create an action, and I'll do prepayment, because it's a prepayment step, right? So prepayment.js. Now here you're going to first use server. First time I'm doing, or else I'll always forget this. So we'll do export async function. I'll do payment action. And here what we'll be getting the email, right? Remember? So now what we're going to do, right? The first thing we need to check, so let's go to any other and then let's copy instead of rewriting. So we need this, right? So I'll copy this and I'll do a try catch. So I'm going to return and we'll do error that some error occurred in pre-payment step, and here I'm going to paste it and let's import this. And now what I'm going to do, simply I'll do const and I'll do a decision, and this will be await. And now you can see what I'm trying to do here. So I'll pass this payment rules dot protect, and here we're going to pass the request, and here I'm going to pass the email, right? So this email will be this email that we'll be getting, right? And also you can do a requested will be 1. Now this is different step, this we are going to do later, but for now this is fine. So now we are going to check our decision. Now based on this we'll be able to get a lot of things, right? So let's go to our login here. I think we have already done it previously, and you can see now first thing we are going to check all of this, if this is email, if it is bot, or if it is sealed, and if it is rate limit, everything. So I'm going to copy all this and then we are going to just paste it here, right? And if this is successful, then what will happen? So if you go to their official doc, right, let's see what they're doing. So they're writing the rules, and then at the end if you notice they will be returning something. So here they're returning this decision.id. So this we can do. So at the end I just want to simply return that success will be true, and I'm going to pass this id, which will be this decision.id, or else we'll be getting this error. So now let's save this. So this is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'll go here and I'm going to do const result and I'll do await and I'll do pre-payment action, and I'm going to pass my payment email as input, and I'm going to check if this result dot success is true. So what I'll do, simply I'll make set payment email will be empty and set so payment set so PayPal button will be true, correct? Else I'm going to throw new error, and you're going to pass this result dot error. So this is done, and then here in this one we will simply just do toast, and I'm going to simply do a title and I'll do error. I also want to do something like a description, which will be my error.message, and also I'm going to do a variant which will be destructive. So this is done. Now let's save it. Also I'm going to log this result and we'll see what we're getting. So log this, and I'm going to give this, and now if you go here, right, so let's see what we're getting. So I'll give my email here and I'll click here. See what will happen? We get true and there is ID, and if the ID is coming, then only we are showing this, right? But if I close this, so whenever I'll be closing, right, that time I need to make this one as false. I think it will be false. Let's open this. Okay, it's opening like this. Okay, then we need to do that. So if I go to this on open change, right, So here I'm going to do set is payment is false, and set show payment button will be false again. Now let's say open this, and now see what will happen. I'll give something like this, proceed. See, you'll not be able to go forward, right? So you don't have an MX record. If you give proper, then only it will work. See, but if you give a proper email, then you'll be able to go forward. Click, working, right? So that means this is how you can protect this. Now if you click here, you'll be able to do the payment, right? So let's start working on this one on the next part. Alright, so now we will create our action. So here I'm going to create sorry, not here, we need to go to actions, and I'll create an update subscripts or update premium.js. So here let's give this one as use server, and I'm going to do this one as export async. And also what we are going to do right here, or function, and I'll give this one as update premium action. And here what we'll be getting, so we are going to get the data, right? So for this one, the first thing what we can do, we don't need anything here. The reason is because when this PayPal payment will be approved, right? So the payment capture is completed, that means your payment is successful. So you can directly call this endpoint here, and then we can update the premium from false to true, means now the user is a premium user. So that we can do directly. So here I'll do try, and then I'll do a catch, and you'll understand what exactly I mean by that. So I'll do error, and I'll do some error occurred while updating premium. Please try again after some time. Now here what we are going to do, right, simply because we have already checked our Arcjet related configuration or the validation in this prepayment step, right? So we no need to do that again. So here what we'll do, simply first we need to get our current user. So I'll do token, this will be await, we'll do cookies dot get, so I'll get the token dot value, and I'll do const user, and this will be await verify auth, and I'm going to pass the token. That's it. And after this I'll check if this user is not present, so we are going to return, so I'm going to return a error like unauthenticated user. Status I'll do 401, and then I'm going to simply do await connect to database, and just simply do const result await, and I'm going to get our model, and I'll do find one and update. So here the first thing we need to pass the ID. So ID I will do new object ID. So let me just quickly import it. So I'll do import these from, we'll do MongoDB, and we'll get the object ID. So this will be new object ID, and I'm going to pass my ID, and this ID will be my user dot user ID, because this is what we are going to return. So this is done. After this we'll give comma, and here I'm going to do a set. So what we need to set, so we're going to set is premium, because this is the property name that we are having. So we'll do is premium, and this will be true, and then at the end we are going to pass, so after this, and we'll pass a new, and this will be true. So let's save it, So now if this result is true, so we are going to return, and let's do a success as true. And here what I'm going to do, like message subscription updated successfully. That's it. So now let's save this. And now what we're going to do, we need to go to our components, and then we are going to go to our PayPal button, right? So let's go to our PayPal button component here, and now we need to do a couple of things, right? So the first thing is that we are going to take a on approve. So once it is approved, so here we are going to take a async. So do data comma actions, and here what we are going to do simply, so we'll take a try catch, and in this try, so first we'll do const details, and this will be await actions dot order dot capture, right? So it will capture the payment. And then we are going to do const response, or let's do a result will be equal to await, and I'm going to do update premium action. That's it. This is done. And then what we are going to do, right now, here you can also pass the data dot order ID that you'll be receiving from here. But now what you're going to do, because it's already approved, right? If it is approved, you'll be getting these details here. So these details also you can pass. So let's say if I copy this and pass these details here, and let's go here, so you'll be receiving these details, and based on these details you can check that if these details is true, then only you want to update it, something like that. Okay, this is just to give you example. And now I'll go to this here, and then we can simply do if this result dot success, if this is true, so I'll simply just do router dot push, and I'm going to do slash, so it will be in this page only, else I'm going to throw new error, and I'll do failed to update subscription. Okay, also we need to take a router, and also I believe we need to make this on use client, right? And we'll do const router, and this will be use router. Alright, so this is done. So now what we're going to do, right, also we need to do another thing. So we'll go to our header component, and here I'm going to pass this set is payment dialog. This I'm going to pass, save this. So I'll copy this, I'll receive it here, set is payment dialog, and then also I'm going to make this will be false. Okay, also here where we are doing this update premium, here I can do another thing, and that is I can also do a revalidate path, and I'll do this one, revalidate. Save this. Now what we're going to do, right, so let's see if it is working or not. So I'll just go to this PayPal, and then I want to see what is happening in this where is that page on this on approve. So I'll just log these details and this result here. So I'm going to log this, so log the details, and I'm going to log the result both. So this is on approve, this is done. So now what we're going to do next, so in the catch, right, so just do some error. So I'll just log some error, and I'll do error occurred while payment, please try again. And here also I'm going to take a on error. So if there are any error while processing this PayPal request, So you are going to also do the same thing. So I'll just copy this. For now, let's do one thing. Let's do something like, okay, we will take some toast component. So do const from use toast, and I'll do a toast, and let's log this toast here. So I'll do title, this will be error, description I'll use the same, and variant I'll use destructive. So let's copy the same and then paste it here. So now let's save it. So now we have done quite a few things. Now let's log in and let's see what is happening. So now you will click here. So enter your email. So I'll give my email here. And then I'm going to do proceed with checkout. Click here. Also let's open our inspect. I'm pretty sure this might fail first time because we have done quite a few things, right? And let's go here and let's copy this. I'll give some value. Okay, some random value here. Sorry. Then we need to take some US zip code we need. Let's copy this, and we need also US phone numbers. Copy this. I'll also paste it in a tab so that we can use it later. And also I'm going to give my email here, and let's try to click on pay. So capture is also successful, and what happened? So capture is completed, but in this response, line number 42, we are getting this subscription is updated successfully. That's correct. But here we are still getting this, but this should not come, right? But if I refresh this page, let's see what is happening. Okay, this is interesting. So if this is the case, so now we go to header. So we need to check what we are getting in this user. So let's log this. So now let's see what we are getting. So based on this, we need to understand if the property is only not updating, then there is some problem. See, we are not returning the premium only. So now this is a problem. So what we can do, right? We can easily solve this. And this is a very important step we should have done previously. So in the login, right, we need to add this premium also, like is premium, and this will be user dot is premium. So this we need to save this, then only we'll be getting this one back. And now we'll go to our leave folder, and let's go to our auth.js, and we're going to return this is premium, which will be payload dot is premium. So we need to pass this, then only we'll be getting this. So now let's see what is happening. So I'm going to do a logout. Okay, and then let's do a login. See, we are not getting that. Awesome. So now you'll not be able to get it because this user is already a premium user, right? And here we can also render it. So we can go to our header, and then from where we are getting this, where is that? So here, right, drop down menu. So I'm going to copy this and then I'll paste it here. So I'll just do here a span, and I'm going to render this only if the user is a premium user. So user.is premium, and then just render this, and I'll do premium user. Save this. Now you should be getting this one here. See, you're getting a premium user here. Hey everyone, so before we move to the next section, right, so there is a major mistake that I have done. I haven't noticed that one in the previous one, so I just want to mention. See, what we are actually doing, that we are normally checking if the user is a premium user, and that we are getting from where? So we are getting from this verified token method that we have created here, right? And I'm pretty sure it's possible that you also will be able to catch it. Now here we are getting this is premium. Now what will happen once the payment is successful, that time this will not be immediately getting updated. You know why? The reason is because this value we are getting from a token. So what we need to do, because we are getting from a token, once this is successful, we need to update the token. Very important, right? So what we can do, right, in this update premium, instead of revalidating the path, here we need to update the token with the latest data, which is this result, right? So with updated user information. And now see how we are going to do that. So first what I'll do, right, quickly, I'll make this one as updated user, and then we will go to our login page, and then you can see that we are using this user token, and then we are going to use this. So I'll copy this, and then I'm going to just pass it here. Now what I'll do, right, for this updated user will be this. Now updated user, this will be email, this will be name, and this will be the is premium. Now this premium will be automatically, because we are already updating the is premium to true. Alright, and then we are going to import this, and also we are going to import the cookies. I think cookies we have already installed, imported. Now let's remove this, and now I think this should work, right? So now let's save this, and now we are going to test it. So first I'm going to just refresh this page. Also we need to do another thing, and that is I think we are already doing set is payment dialog false. I think this is fine. So let's do one thing. Let's click here. So we're getting this, and I'm going to give my email to proceed. So let's do proceed with checkout. So we're getting this, and now let's click here. So we're getting the form. Copy this. We'll do 1128.123. I'll give my name, and I'll give some dummy data. So let's give dummy data, dummy city, and also I'm going to do a state, and let's copy some zip code from here. So I'll copy this, and also mobile I'll copy from here, and email I'll give my email. Now see what will happen. So I'll do pay, right? If this is successful, so it will call the API, and you see this will be automatically updated because we have updated the token, and it's very important. Okay, we have got some error while updating the payment, but I don't know why. So that means there might be some problem in the, let's see. Okay, so I think we're getting this premium as true, but what is the error that we got? Okay, let's do one thing. Let me just refresh and try one more time. I think this might be some intermittent error. Let's see if it is updated here or not, right, in the users. Okay, so here you can see that we are getting true. This is interesting. So I'm going to just make this one as false. Let's update this, and then I'm going to just And also you can see that this is also updated here, but that might be some intermittent issue. So let's do one thing, let's log out. I'll log out from here, and then I'm going to log in, and then we'll do the same process again. So let's log in, and if it is successful, we are getting again, and then I'll give my email. Let's proceed. Let's do a debit or credit card, and I'm going to give my email. Let's copy all of this. The main thing is we need to write all of this again and again. This is the main headache. So I'll give some dummy data, and we select some state. We give some code here. Let's copy this from here, and let's try to do a pay. Okay, still we are getting this error. This is very interesting, but there might be something we are doing wrong here. I am not sure. Let's see what is the problem. So let me check what is the problem, what we are doing wrong here. Okay, let's log this error here, then only you'll be able to understand what is happening. Again, I think we need to refresh this, so let's do it. So this is how I'll debug all of this, right? So I'll do false, and then I'll do update. And I think this is also, you also do it, because it's very normal to face this kind of issues, right? No one is perfect that everyone will do it in one go. It's not that much easy. So let's log out. First let me check if we are doing anything wrong here. Update user, which is correct. I don't think anything is wrong here, to be honest. We are using all of these. Oh my god, see, that is the reason. I told you, right? This will be updated user. See, these kind of things I'll do. This is updated user because this we are not using result. So now if I just try to log in, let's see what is happening. So login is successful. Okay, this is some different error, but that is we can ignore. So now let's proceed with email, and let's click. I think this is warning also, this is not error, I think. So let's go here and copy this. Oh, sorry. So we'll give email, we'll do proceed, and we'll do debit or credit. Copy this, paste it here. We'll do give some value 1 2 3, and I'll give my name, let's give some dummy value. Let's copy from here, and also I'm going to copy from here. Now see, I think this should work. So now we are going to do pay, and let's see what is happening. And it is automatically updated. Awesome. So now this is working fine, and if you see here also you're getting premium users. So there are two ways: either you can update the cookie, or you can also fetch the API to get the updated result. Both will work. And if you now log out, and then let's say try to log in, and you'll be still getting the same result. So this is working fine. So this is one very interesting thing, not interesting, I think this is actually error that I have done. So just that is the reason I just want to discuss before moving to the next section. Alright, so with this we have completed all the functionality. So only one thing will be left, and that is this filter. So let's quickly implement this. So for this one we need to go to our home page, right? And then I'm going to take one more state here, and I'll do const, and let's do current selected category set current selected category, and this will be use state of empty. Alright, and then what you're going to do simply, so let's go here, and then we'll take on click, and then I'm going to simply do set current selected category will be category item dot key, right? And then I'm going to add some styling here, so I'm going to just cut it, paste it here, and I'm going to simply check that if this current selected category is equal to category item dot key. So in that case I'm going to do a bg as black and text as white. Okay, so let's save this. So now if I go here and let's click this, I think it's still loading. Let's click here. Refresh this. Okay, something is going wrong here. Let me check what is the problem. So you're having current selected category. Okay, let's see what you're getting in this one. So I'll just log this, save this. Okay, I know the reason is because we are using this here, so let's cut it from here, and then I'm going to do this and then pass it here, and for hover also I'm going to do bg as black. Now I think let's see what is happening. See, but on hover the text also you need to change. So I'm going to do on hover text will be also white. Alright, and now I'm going to simply do here const filtered posts, and these will be the posts, and then posts dot length greater than 0, or else this will be empty. So simply we'll do posts dot filter post item, and I'll do post item dot category will be equal to current selected category. That's it. And then copy this, and instead of rendering this I'm going to render this here. Also we need to do one more thing. If it is greater than 0, we need to check one more thing. If the current selected category is empty, so in that case we are going to render all the posts, or else we'll render this. So that means if it is greater than 0, then we'll check if it is empty, so render all the posts, or else we are going to filter based on the current selected category. Okay, something we have done wrong here. Let's see, I think it's still loading. Let's refresh this once. Okay, so you're getting all this. Now let's say if I try to select this, see, we don't have anything. This I think we have one. If I click one, and here we don't have. Okay, so to do this one, I'll do something like this, and here I'll do a h2, and I'll do no blogs font, and I'll do class name, and I'll do font as bold, text 5XL or 4XL. Okay, so now let's say try to do with this, and if I select, you can also hide this one, right? If I select this, you can also unselect. That also you can do simply. So if I go here, right, so let's say if I do that, if the current selected category is equal to category item dot key, so in that case you can simply do that set current selected category will be empty, or else set current selected category will be this category item dot key. Okay, so that means what will happen if I try to do select this? See, it's unselecting. Select here, start getting all, and this is working fine. So now with this we have completed a lot of things. So we have learned how you can do bot protection, how you can do sign up form protection, login form protection, different kind of rate limiting, how you can do credit card or payment protection properly. And with this we have completed the whole project. If you like this project, give a like, comment down, and please subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to check the official documentation of Arcjet, and also please create a free account there and try exploring all the things that you have learned so far. So I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.